Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. What is going on? I am talking to you now from Japan. I am starting a little bit late because I'm experiencing, as you can tell from a camera, a few technical difficulties. So one of the things that I'm going to do for just a few minutes is, try to fix things for one. And then secondly, I have a little bit of a mini lesson for you guys. Little presentation on building a personal brand as a copywriter, and then we're going to review a little bit of copy. We had a few Patreon subscribers submit some copy for review, so I'm going to look at that, and I'm going to give some comments and some feedback, some advice, maybe some professional advice, maybe answer some questions. It'll be a good time. But yeah, because this is taking place literally like on the opposite end of the world that it normally is, I don't expect the crowd to be that big. But if there is anybody actually watching, hi, how are you? Hello. I figure the recording, the people will get that. If you're watching the recording, I want to know how you're doing too. Like, just drop a comment. Let me know. How are you? Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody in the actual comments? Yeah, it is very sunny here. It is Japan. I am in Japan, and it is 2:00 in the afternoon. Coming in with the quick questions. How many hours should a copywriter work at least? Well, I work around 60 to 90 hours a week, so probably less than that is my advice. Maybe try to work less than that. If you have like, copywriting, I can do it for like 2 to 4 hours a day and like 4 days a week or something like that. Yeah, you can do that. You can make decent-ish money doing that if you're really, really good and you have great clients. So there's a whole lot of stuff that needs to happen before you get to that point. Let's see. I was responding to this question. All right. Oh, konnichiwa, genki desu. All right. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Aaron, I owe you responses to your direct messages. I will get to them as soon as humanly possible. In the meantime, really quick. Oh, we got another question. I'm going to fix my camera here in a moment. Can I copywriting earn money in 30 days or lesser? Not if your English is like that. If you have substantially better, much more fluent English, the answer is probably yes. But if we're talking about the range of when you can earn money or when you can expect to earn money, it's like I've seen it happen in 2 weeks, and I've seen somebody take 2 years. So that's my typical answer to how long it takes to earn money as a copywriter. Somewhere between 2 weeks and 2 years. Really depends on your fluency with English, your the types of outreach that you do, the types of copy that you write, the types of businesses you reach out to, the things that you're interested in, your capacity to learn, your dispositions, your personality. It depends on a whole lot of things. So I refuse to ever give like that specific, like, yes, of course you can earn money in 30 days or less. Because what if, you struggle with writing copy? Like, you're just going to struggle. So there you go. Yes. I also have earned 2 Lamborghinis per month for many months. Welcome. Is the industry going down the drain? I don't know why you're asking this. I work with a lot of businesses. The business that I'm working with here in Japan actually just hired 10 copywriters and marketers. They're still looking for several more. I've been hunting for copywriters to help me with some of my stuff for a long time. I was talking to a bunch of the copy chiefs and publishers over at Agora and MarketWise, and like one of them just brought on like 12 juniors. Like there has never been a greater demand for copywriters. But you also have to understand that like a lot of businesses out there that need copy and need marketing help don't necessarily know that they need copy and marketing help. So especially if they like have the false allure of AI in their brains. So that's something you got to keep in mind. Oh yeah, we are in the dark ages. Absolutely. I figured, a large chunk, like not the majority, but like a plurality of our audience is Indian, and so one thing I'd love to do is actually make a few more videos that are specifically geared towards our Indian and Pakistani audience, because I think that they have a lot of unique opportunities, but also like a lot of unique challenges. And so I want to like speak directly to those at some point in the near future. And so, I've read the Bhagavad Gita, which is how I know Kali Yuga. So there you go. Glad to see your content. I appreciate this very much. Out of curiosity, what would you say is the one thing that one should do to start off correctly? Well, if you have seen our 22-hour masterclass, the mega course, you know the answer to this, which is every single day, read one piece of copy, like deeply, like try to understand it, try to hold it in your mind, try to like understand what it's doing and pick it apart and analyze it. And that's something that you do with practice, and it gets better and better over time. There's no right way to do it. You just, if you're learning from it, keep doing it. Another thing is write down one page of copy per day. That can be an email, it can be bullets, it can be the beginning of a sales letter that you continue on the next day, whatever, as long as you're practicing your writing. Because one of the things you have to get used to if you're a copywriter is writing a lot every single day. And then the third thing that you need to do every single day is write down one idea per day. That's the one that trips people up the most. Your job as a copywriter is not to be somebody's phrase maker. What was it that Eugene Schwartz said? That if you are just a merchandiser's phrase maker, you deserve the lowest possible rate of pay. Well, that's not the kind of copy you want to write. You want to be the person who's coming up with ideas. You want to be the kind of person who's coming up with like interesting angles, different ways of framing a product. Like if you're working for a scarf maker, and you see out there in the world that all the competitors are selling scarves the exact same way, what's something you can do differently? And then come up with some ideas for that. Those are what you want to do. So that's how you would start off correctly, doing those 3 things, the daily practice, every single day. Oh yeah, no, just having fun with it. For the copywriting space, and it feels reassuring that the first 3 questions exactly match my IVOC research, indirect voice of customer research. You really, one of the things that you really have to understand is if you are writing copy for the copywriting niche, like you kind of like look inside a little bit more. Like one of the things that you're going to find is that a lot of the objections that people have are going to be objections that you kind of like have inside of yourself. The desires that you have are going to be desires that you see elsewhere. Like, if you're ever writing for a product that is in something that you're doing or interested in, like, and this is something I actually I heard from Chris Haddad, like the best way to do market research is to look deeply inside of yourself. And that is the case when you're speaking about benefits, desires, notions, identifications, the things that people feel in a space that you're very familiar with. Oh yeah. I'm just it's all jokes, it's all love, just playing around. And of course, like that's going to like scare off the people that aren't serious about this. I don't think that's legal. So for teens and 24-year-olds, here, I'm going to give you some illegal financial advice right now. Every time you get paid, make sure to set aside 20 to 30% of your money for the tax man. That goes into like something that's super liquid, like a savings account. And every single month, put aside at first $5, then $10. Once you have $100 every single time you get paid, that's about the time you want to start like some sort of simple brokerage account. If you're international, there's Webull, there's Robinhood, there's IBKR, there's all sorts of free brokerage accounts out there. I know India actually has a very strong and growing equity investment culture. I know this because Agora has publications there called Equity Master, which if you want to be a financial copywriter, maybe you should reach out to them. That's neither here nor there. The thing that you got to keep in mind if you're especially young is that you will get rich if you let the snowball roll down the hill and collect more snow as it goes down the hill. That's called the compounding effect. But here's the thing. You will not start that snowball, that compounding effect, unless you start trying to put away money diligently every single time you make money. Most people just spend it. Whereas like what you kind of realize once you start saving this way, the way that I'm talking about, is you can kind of make do with just a little bit less. And then as you make more money and you work to reinvest your money into more and more skills, then your income increases, the percentages increase, and you start saving and investing more and more and more money. There you go. And if you want actual like stock ticker financial advice, I have another channel called DIY Wealth, and I'm going to start posting that a lot more. So how can we find in-house remote copywriting job roles? Usually job boards, Indeed.com. Businesses will have their own private, like, you go to the website and they will have like a careers portal. Go to the careers portal and then find out. Agencies have this stuff too. People post jobs on LinkedIn all of the time. So if you want in-house remote copywriting jobs, that's where to look. Riowa technique is still useful. Well, the Riowa technique is just a way to keep the details of your research in mind when you start writing copy. So I don't understand how that would ever stop being useful. You get what I'm saying? All right. Yeah. This is all down the line, but a lot of folks don't necessarily have high interest debt. Handmade jewelry, dude, you're killing it. Yeah, I like. So the person on the screen right now, he's been absolutely crushing it when it comes to like, how do I say? PPC ads, the no man's niche method. We have a whole book about that on Amazon, things like that. So very, very, very proud of you. So I've been trying to research the space, and so that when they finally come up with a budget, I can help them figure out where to start. That's great. Handmade jewelry is fun. Like, what you want to do there, if she's like has an Etsy shop or something like that, it's really easy to do like very simple, like this is what this jewelry looks like, style PPC ads. Those are super cheap. You can just run those and test those. And the thing that sells that is the jewelry itself. Now, if you want to actually grow that business and do it so it stands out from other jewelry makers, one of the things that you got to do is find channels that they are not using. That can be partnering up with local jewelry stores, selling stuff on consignment. One simple way to actually test that sort of business is to go to a farmer's market and sell your jewelry there. See what pieces sell the best, and then double down on what works the best. And usually what you find is that if you're selling something a lot in person, that tends to be those pieces that sell the most online as well. So keep that in mind. Let's see. Sure thing. How would I sell B2B commercial fridges? Oh my God. What kind of funnel would I use? I probably wouldn't use a funnel. I would probably do a lot of like cold calling. I would probably do networking. I would probably do mailers. I would probably like reach out to not business owners, but rather property developers and like landlords and stuff like that. I would probably forego an online sales, like direct sales component, and probably steer more towards like getting people onto calls and things like that. Yeah, no, I love the B2B space, especially for these sort of like super expensive, like durable good. In economics lingo, these are called durable goods. Like you buy it once and then you can have it well past its date of maximum depreciation. So it's fully depreciated but still in use. So that's what a durable good is. And I love that particular market, but it is not conducive to online sales. It can be done, but I wouldn't use a traditional funnel for that. I would use something that pushes people to calls a little bit more. Yeah, no, I'm in Japan right at, as you can see. That's back over that way. That's called the Dotonbori in Osaka. So if you guys want to dox me, like you know exactly where I am on a map. Hey, Yeah, this stream does not normally. We're all sort of Western Hemisphere based, but I spend 2 months out of every year in Japan. This is my first time trying to do one of these streams from Japan. And as you can tell from like the weird stuff around my screen, I haven't figured out the settings for this camera yet, so I need to fix it. Yeah. Craft shows, farmers markets. So yeah, you want to get a list of like her top 3 to 5 things, and then you want to see like what you can do. Like for example, there's all sorts of subscription boxes. What's one? Uncommon Goods is one where they partner with other businesses and sell those goods. It's basically affiliate sites and affiliate sales sites. Find a bunch of affiliates and then sell your like jewelry through that. So we have a whole video about this. Like, not only do we have a video about the best copywriting books to read, but within the last few months, we released a video called How to Master Copywriting So Fast It Feels Illegal. And not only do I go over Gary Halbert's method for accelerating your learning and like becoming really good, really, really fast, I go over the books and give my opinion on the books that he suggests. And there's also links to those books in the description of that video. So that's what I recommend doing. Email marketing for a fridge sales company. That's fascinating. So the question that I have for you then is it inbound email? Like you're getting leads that are signing up for emails and then you're reaching out to them? Or are you cold emailing businesses and business people asking them to buy the fridges? So that's the question that I have for you. You know, I read Cashvertising and I think it has some interesting insights. And so like for a newbie, I think it's fine. You know, I read it like 9 years ago, 8-9 years ago, and it didn't leave much of an impression. I think the one thing I remember from Cashvertising is that if you have a ad either in print or online, like Meta or Facebook, that babies and women and like cute animals tend to stop people a little bit more and convert a little bit better. That's my one takeaway from Cashvertising. The cost of living in Japan is great. Like I bought like a dinner, like a huge beef bowl for like $7. It was great. That was delicious. Super strict with tourists now. Yes. They're not super strict with tourists. They're super strict with foreigners trying to live here past the visa date. They are super strict with people that do not play by the rules and obey the laws. And they're super strict with people who, how do I say this? Like, for example, in Kyoto, they just tacked on I think it's like 100,000 yen, or is it a 10,000 yen, like surtax if you like are a tourist and like sticking around there. So, they're not punishing tourists per se. Like they've definitely benefited from tourism, but like Japan is a very conservative culture and they are, how do I say this? Really interested and invested in maintaining the status quo of that culture and not like cutting that tether, if that makes sense. And so that's sort of motivating a lot of their attitudes towards gaijin right now. So there you go. Yeah, I come here every year, and it's my favorite city in Japan so far. My friend customizes clothes on Instagram. Where do you think I should send out flyers? Where do you suggest campaigning towards? Well, one, that's really cool. That's a really cool and unique niche, and that should be like the thing that I would do. Like, I'm not saying that you should do this, but here's what I would do just to like sort of stand out and be a little bit different. I would actually like make it clear that I was open for commissions, and I probably wouldn't send out flyers or anything like that. I would legit like use that space. I have a whole slideshow about personal branding that I want to go through because I want to give you guys a little mini lesson on personal branding because it's been top of mind for me. But like, yeah, like that's one instance where I think like a personal brand on social media actually makes a lot of sense, both for short form and long form videos. I would leverage that, see if you can do some boosted posts, see if you can do some PPC ads. But in terms of like custom clothes on Instagram, like that's such a weird, like kind of niche that you're not going to have a huge, how should I say, result if you try to do like sort of mass market PPC ads. Like imagine the situation where this person creates custom clothes and like it's just one person working on a dress or something like that, and all of a sudden they have like 200 inquiries. Like they're not going to be able to handle that inflow. So baby steps, build that brand. 1 to 2 hours daily. How can I practice copywriting? I have a whole slide for that in the mega course, and also a masterclass that's included in the mega course called How to Practice Copywriting. It tells you how to divide up your day. And my advice is 25, 50, 25, which is take the number of hours you can do copywriting. 25% of that time, you're doing upskilling, learning, some sort of thing that like fills your brain with cool knowledge. You don't have to do it in order, by the way. And then that could be like watching YouTube videos or reading a book or whatever, 25% of the time. So 2 hours, what's 25% of 2 hours? That is 1/2 hour. So you spend your first half hour or your last half hour, whatever, and you are studying and upskilling. Then the 50% is doing the work. That's practicing. That's writing spec pieces, studying bullets, like going through and writing spec pieces, doing the daily practice, things like that. And the last 50% is all based on outreach. And even if you're not ready for outreach, you can still get ready for outreach. By that, I mean, you can study businesses and ask yourself 2 questions. How does this business make money? And how does this business acquire customers? And what that does, what that's going to teach you is, one, what you can offer to these businesses. And that's, you can do one business in like 30 minutes. You can dive really deep into a business in 30 minutes and find out a lot about how they market and also what's on the menu for you to be studying in the first place. Like, for example, if you're super interested in, I don't know, the fitness niche, and you go and you find out that, oh, there's a certain subsection of the fitness niche that is all about like creating educational content on YouTube. Does that make sense for you then to like learn how to write YouTube scripts? Christ on crutches, maybe. So that's how you would use that time. It's a very regimented and very good way to make sure that you're always advancing your goals, your skills, and your abilities, and also always moving towards a place where it's time to like actually do outreach, you're fully ready. Like you've studied like 100 businesses and you know exactly what they need, how they make money, how they get customers, things like that. So okay, let me understand this. So this business is a refrigerator business, like a large scale refrigerator business that sells B2B, but they're getting like people clicking on their discount pop-ups. I have some questions about this particular funnel. So one of the things that you can probably do in this particular situation that I normally recommend people do not do is actually start, how should I say, testing different angles in different like longer sales emails. I would say like 800 to 1,000 words, where you actually describe like not just the features, but the benefits, the advantages, maybe even the deeper benefits, if it makes sense to, of these particular fridges for these particular businesses. And so like one thing that you have to understand is that like anybody looking for a discount on a refrigerator list, businesses on a refrigerator list, they probably want to buy a refrigerator, or they're at least in the market to do so. So all you have to do then is just sort of tip them over the edge. And what you want to do is test different emails and different styles and different approaches so that, one, like you can find a control, like something that you can send to people when they first sign up for that discount, and then send that same email over and over to the new people on the list, because you know that it's a winner. So you want to try a variety of things to find that out. And then the second thing is, if you are writing that sort of longer form style email, and you go back to my advice where it's like, this business is going to make most of its money from like outbound sales calls, you find out using that method I just gave you with the emails, what approaches and what angles to use in your sales scripts on the phone. So that's the advice that I would give you. Is it right? It's not guaranteed, but it should work. Oh, I see my kid. Hello. Are you being good for your mom? Okay, good. All right. Another multiverse. I'm single. You're able to travel to many countries in high-class hotels because of your current copywriting career. I mean, Christ, that's not a multiverse. That's me 6 years ago, basically. Like, I got divorced. I was making just gobs of money, and I was single, and I just traveled everywhere. I tried to do the whole digital nomad thing, and it sucked. Like, this setup right now, like, as you can tell, again, like, getting all this shit set up to do it right, and then like finding a comfortable place with good Wi-Fi to do this work, it sucks. I don't like it. I spent most of my time in just hotels, like doing the work. So, kind of a waste of like the whole travel thing. Anywho, here Japan is like going through a time machine, the good old days. The joke is that Japan was the first country to get to the year 2000 and then has just stayed there ever since. And I think that was true a few years ago. But one of the things that's happening right now is like Japan is experiencing growth again and inflation again for the first time in a long time. And I'm noticing it on this particular trip. Like, the people here are pissed. Growth is uncomfortable. And like things are modernizing super quick. Like super quick. It's crazy. Oh man, I'm working on a whole like free masterclass about this. I've interviewed like 4 people that I'm going to splice into this particular video. Like YouTube businesses. I'm all about like writing copy for this kind of stuff. But really quick. So this guy has a newsletter, but he stopped sending emails. I can offer a newsletter service with Insta Reels, captions, and video descriptions. So low key, one, you can offer like newsletters, sure, but a better use of your time and this person's money might actually be to write YouTube community posts for them. Probably didn't think of that. Write really good YouTube community posts and then copy paste those community posts into emails, and then bingo bango, you get like not only like engagement on the platform, but also engagement on the email list, all of which will have a CTA. And then, hey, presto, you've done something that actually directly affects, impacts, and benefits that person. Like, I'm never going to hire somebody to write my video descriptions. Like, I've actually sort of stopped writing video descriptions altogether because they kind of don't really do anything. Like, more important is like tagging correctly. And I don't need a copywriter to do that. Insta Reel captions, like, yeah, there's some money in that, but honestly, like, AI is going to do a better job. Like, if you want to do true social media at scale, like AI is going to be better. And then you just have to tweak the AI to do, better Reels captions. So like, if you want to like actually be a value add copywriter, like a true copywriter that makes a difference for a business, community posts, newsletters, lifts, goods. And then of course, landing pages and improving those. Whoa, crazy. Certainly slow. Yeah. Yeah, it's the Gary Halbert method is very aggressive for what he suggests, but if you can nail it, like it will level you up. So good luck. I love this Q&A session. I love this. Like, guys, I want you to take a look at this. Look at that. Look at that. This is my view. That's the Dotonbori over there. That's like downtown Osaka. There's Namba is over that way. This is great. I love this shit. Is it necessary for copywriting? Eventually, yes. I'm going to say eventually the answer is yes. But is it necessary to start your career? No, because I do know of at least one person from Nigeria who learned how to write long-form direct response financial copy on his cell phone, an Android phone, nonetheless. I don't know why that detail matters, but like people have like iPhone versus Android. It's like, how could you possibly iPhone? I understand, but an Android phone, how could you possibly start a copywriting career with an Android phone? Yeah, he did it. He managed. He totally did it. And then he used the money he made to buy a laptop. It just makes your life easier. So make money and do things to make your life easier. That's the point of money. Oh man. See, so many copywriters online figures break down how Hormozi's $100 million money models book launch using copywriting terms and strategies. So how did I find it? If there's again, what is lesson number 1 for copywriting, for any sort of persuasion, be different and be relevant. If you go onto the Copy That YouTube channel, is there anybody else on YouTube that's making content that is either as valuable, vulnerable, open, transparent, like, or even resembling packaged the same way as the stuff that we make? No. Our whole shtick is, if you want to succeed in this business, you have to be different and you have to be relevant. So the reason why we're not talking about stuff like that is because everybody else is doing it. And if everybody else is doing it, there's not a whole lot of money in it. So I'd rather just be different, be unique, and sort of sell on our laurels, our accolades, our abilities that we currently have. All that said, the Money Models launch, it was good. You know, like, if you want a really good breakdown of like everything that they did, like not commentary, but like what actually went down and how they did it, two things. Go read the book One to Many by Jason Fladline, and then go watch the interview with Jason Fladline that Matthew Volkwin did on YouTube, because he's the one who helped Alex Hormozy put that whole thing together. So if you want to learn how to write copy like that, write webinars like that, like that's where I made my first $1 million. Like, webinars are great. I love it. And so rather than watching all this, like, you know, secondhand commentary, go to the source, Jason Fladline. Let's see. Scrolling down through questions. I wanted to learn copywriting for e-com and social media platforms. Like, I want to learn copywriting for other uses, like growing an audience. Okay, I don't know the context for that. Let's see. I like this video too. That was made like when December, I want to say, of 2020, when I was like overloaded with work and like looking to train copywriters to like help me out. Copy That is basically a recruitment funnel. Like, the reason why our stuff is so low price is because we're like hunting for those diamonds in the rough that we can like hire and pitch work to and like refer to other people. That's why we have a very suboptimal info publishing funnel. But yeah, I recorded that video because like I was working with a bunch of people who just did not know how to study or break down ads and like just didn't know terms. And so I wrote it for a very, like, how do I say, high awareness audience in mind. But there are a whole lot of unanswered questions, like, where do you find these promos? Like, you know, if you were to look over my shoulder, like, what should you do with all those terms and stuff like that? So I want to revisit that video, redo it, and like make it more robust and, you know, have more production value and things like that. So, yes. Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome. Let's see. Oh, we have a ton of stuff on mindset. I think there's a video on our channel, How to Overcome Your Fear. I noticed, Vicky, that you are asking a lot of questions that we answer in our channel. So utilize the resources that are free and made available to you. Be, how should I say, intelligent with how you use your time. Rather than asking questions, go look for the resources that are tailor-made to answer the questions that you have. And then when you have all your questions answered, like, then come back and ask me more. Out of curiosity, how can one that has zero experience and zero testimonials or proof, what would be the best way to go about getting customers? Creating a website be helpful? I think that if you want to get into like the brand or agency world or like the creative copywriting world, creating like a one-page website, like a card or a Squarespace or something like that makes sense because it showcases your samples and what you can do. If you're trying to get into direct response, we have a whole video on like how to, we have two videos. One, how to create sample and spec pieces and what sample and spec pieces you should make. And two, we have a video on like how to prepare a portfolio. So if you have zero experience and zero testimonials or proof, try writing some samples that showcase your abilities as a writer. That's a good start. Again, I have a whole spiel of this in other videos where I talk about what's called the circle of cred. You, as a newbie, you're made of meat and you have zero cred. So how do you get cred? One of them is testimonials. One of them is like past jobs. But obviously, you don't have that. So what gives you credibility? Well, think about the things, like look inside yourself. Think about the things that give other people credibility to you. Your ability to speak authoritatively, your knowledge, your insight, the value that you give, your personality, like your offer and the robustness of it, your sample pieces, spec pieces, which are different from samples. You write a spec piece to specifically, like, you're not asked to write the spec piece, but you write it for a particular business, for a particular context, and you just send it to them like, hey, I made this piece for you. You can use it free if you want. And also, if you want to keep working with me, reach out. That's a spec piece. Spec pieces are pretty much what drive like the financial copywriting world. Like if you want to write for long form direct response financial publishing companies, and you want to do it as a like either a freelancer or you want to get your foot in the door, write a spec lead. There you go. That's all the credit you need, because guess what? A publisher or copy chief is going to look at that piece, and they don't need to look at anything else. They don't need any testimonials. They will look at your writing and go, this person sucks or this person rules. That's all the credibility you need. And guess what? If they don't hire you, if they look at your spec piece and go, this sucks, well, back to the drawing board. You know, your credibility lacks because you're not good enough. So get better. That's it. Oh my God, Paula, what are you doing up so late? Paula, what the heck? Unacceptable how late you're up. Our free 22-hour course will be useful for the next 5 years. Yes. I mean, it's very principles based. Like there's nothing in there that's very tactical. Like there's a whole, like, again, for example, Instagram bait and switch DM tactics. We don't talk about that in there. We talk about instead like principles that if you got good at those principles would make you good at DM outreach. But most people don't think about that way. They don't think like a chess player, like 2 or 3 steps ahead. They're thinking very tactically, like small-mindedly. They don't think principally. The whole 22-hour mega course is all about principles. But in terms of books, go earlier in the stream. I recommended where to find those. We have other videos. Things that I have thought and put into my notion to fiddle with later. I think, dude, I think that you are in the process of making it. I'm very proud of the trajectory that your career has had so far. Let me put it this way. I know several software developers who have learned copy, and they didn't become copywriters. They just started making their own software, making their own offers, and then selling it better. Or if they worked in a 9-to-5 for another business, they began writing better memos, writing better like support documents, writing better in general. Copywriting is all about persuasion. And guess what all writing is if you want it to be successful? It persuades people. It persuades your bosses. It persuades your customers. All of it. It persuades people how to do things correctly. There is so much benefit to copywriting outside of just having a copywriting career. So I don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to like whether 9-to-5s are good. I worked a 9-to-5 for years. It gave me so much money, just hundreds of thousands of dollars I made working a 9-to-5. But I worked a 9-to-5 in a position where I had the opportunity to grow, and then eventually shift into a position where I could earn commissions and royalties from my copy. And so working a 9-to-5 was great. I got paid to learn things. How could you can't do any better than that. So as long as there are growth opportunities, do that 9-to-5. There's nothing wrong with that, because 2 things, you can always do copywriting on the side. And 2, if you do copywriting at your 9-to-5, that's going to be what helps you level up and make more money and impress other people and get all the women and get all the boys. I don't know what you're into. Thank you. Long time since I've seen you in one of these. You're up late. Hello. Huh. In my copywriting experience, what is the best ad? Are you talking about types of ad copy, or are you talking about a specific instantiation of copy? Because I have different answers for both of those. Let's see. Oh, snap. Dr. Sam Walters, brain specialist, the person I work with, got you into... you're talking about Caroline Krauss, who is amazing. Yeah, she and I have been friends for 10 years. I was a managing editor at Palm Beach Research Group, and I wanted to I worked for a small franchise that was like struggling. And so I was like, I'll fuck it. If nobody's going to write copy for this, I'll write copy for this. And so one of the copywriters who wrote copy for that franchise, I just reached out to her and was like, what do I do? And Caroline showed me like how to create what's called a long order form. Don't worry about that. None of you will ever have to write that. But yeah, no, Caroline is amazing. And if she says something and you're like, I'm not so sure, listen to Caroline. She's great. I'll have her on the show at some point. But right now she's like super busy with work. She has like 2 kids. Like it's a whole kit and caboodle. Very, very cool person. She and my wife are like that. It's great. Let's see. Spec pieces are great for online coaches as clients. Yes, that is true. Be careful of people who will take advantage of you. Do we have a video on coming up with ads? Yeah, the 22-hour mega course. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. Trying to build a spec funnel. How long do you think it will take at that pace to be good enough as a copywriter? That depends on where you start. I'm sorry to be the it depends guy, but that's kind of like our whole bag here, the transparent, tell people the truth kind of thing. So 200 words at least every day. That's 1 page. You got to make sure that you're also reading and analyzing and studying a piece of copy every single day. You also need to make sure that you're writing down an idea per day because you don't want to just be like churning out the same shit that everybody else churns out. I don't think there's a problem with what you're doing, but in terms of how long it takes to be good enough, listen, for most people that have a decent quality of English, that can write coherently, and when they show people, especially people that have competence, their copy, and they don't really get a whole lot of like meaningful feedback, like, oh, this idea sucks. Instead, it's like, oh, nitpicks. It's at that point where you're probably good enough to start outreaching to people, and probably even sooner than that. Let's see. I'm going to speed run through some of these questions. Oh, yeah. If you want to read financial copy in an Indian context, go look up the business Equity Master. Hold on 1 second. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. My boy was playing with sensitive film equipment. All right. Please suggest a marketing and funnel creation book. This is the 3rd time we've gotten the please suggest a book question. How about this? Why don't you go watch the videos where we've recommended books, but also why don't you watch our whole masterclass on funnel creation? That's free. It's on this channel. Amazing. I am so glad to hear that. Hey, that's amazing. Yeah, Caroline she's an exceptional financial and now a health copywriter. She's very intelligent, very, very strongly opinionated, and she also just has a heart of gold. Like, and if you come to her and are just like, hey, what are your thoughts on this? She will not hesitate to give you her opinion. So I'm so glad to hear that so many people are working with Caroline, because she's just great. We used to be neighbors. How do I know who my ideal clients is, and how should I approach them? Like, what do I say to them? Go watch the 22-hour mega course. We have 9 hours on client outreach. Where am I from? I'm from Los Angeles, but I am currently in Osaka, Japan. Oh yeah, she's so competitive. It's great. She gets so tilted when she thinks that she's done something better than somebody else, but their performance is better. I love it. I have no opinions because I have not read that book. Yeah, so all the people that are asking about funnels, like, go watch that. That's another video that I want to remake with better production quality, but that'll come down the line. Hello. Okay, we made it through the questions. Oh my god, in record time, 44 minutes. Okay, so really quick, I have something that I want to do. I did not have time to put together a really robust slideshow. Brand. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do this. And, I also want to get rid of this banner. By the way, if you ever want me to review your copy, join the Patreon. Look at that. I did a CTA. All right. And then this. And then I want to do present. And I want to do slides. From Google Slides. Add Google Slides. Okay. 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 So sorry, I did not gussy this up. A lot of people have been asking me about personal brands. Should you make one, and what is the point of them, and why, etc., etc. So I would like to have a brief little interlude before I start reviewing people's copy here on my balcony in Osaka, where I talk about personal branding and whether you should do it and why. Because right now, one of the things that so many people that are recommending, from your Imam Ghazis to your Cardinal Masons and stuff like that, is start a personal brand. So, yeah, I want to talk about that. I'll start this. And I'm going to record. Oh my God. All right. So I got that feed. I got this feed. And this is going to go probably on our second channel. So forgive me. I'm probably not going to respond to any questions for a little bit. I'll try to come back to it at the very, very end. But I'm going to give a little mini lesson. Personal brands. Why should you do it? So what would be a good start? Here, let's circle back. Cold start. And then, all right. Hello, everybody. Hello. One of the questions that we very frequently get is personal brands. Should you do it? Or is it a mistake? Or if I do it, how do I do it well? People ask this all the time. Should I start a Twitter and start giving copywriting advice? Should I start an Instagram and start giving copywriting advice? Should I start my own list and like sell myself as a copywriter and things like that? So yeah, this is something that a lot of people are asking right now. And so I want to give you a little brief mini lesson called The Truth About Building a Personal Brand as a Copywriter, or How to Waste Months of Your Life and Your Dignity Looking Like a Fucking Dork. All right. So I think I probably tipped my hand about how I feel about all this. So if you are like, oh, gung-ho, like, oh, this one copywriting guru that I really, really like said that I should do a personal brand, and F you, Sean, for implying that is anything less than the best advice ever. Sorry, but I'm going to burst your bubble today because you might not want to do that. And I'll explain why. But first, here's why it is so tempting. One, you probably are chronically online. I know I am, unfortunately. And you are like scrolling through Instagram, and because you are studying copywriting, the algorithm is feeding you a bunch of copywriting content on YouTube and YouTube Shorts and TikTok and things like that. You've probably seen at least 4 McLarens and 3 Lamborghinis. I don't have one of those. I just have this river here in Osaka. I actually bought this river. It belongs to me. And so, yeah, you have these like ludicrous displays of wealth, and you're going like, oh man, clearly, obviously, that's what every copywriter is doing, and I should do it too. I will point out that is a mistake shortly, because what you are seeing online is a very thin sliver of the people that are actually doing this work. The vast majority of copywriters in the world don't have a personal brand. And like the best copywriters in the world do not waste time doing this YouTube stuff. Like, sorry to burst your bubble if you were a fan of me, but like, yeah, I would make more money if I spent more time doing copywriting and less time doing this. So, truth hurts. Anyway, so another thing, reason why that it's so alluring to start your personal brand. It feels like progress. You're posting stuff. You feel like you're marketing yourself. You feel like you're like getting out there. You're moving. You're shaking. You're doing the whole thing. You're getting those dopamine hits. You feel productive. When in reality, yeah, that's probably not the best thing to be doing with your time. Now, here, let me move my little thing. There we go. So, another thing, none of this stuff really works because ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're making a personal brand and trying to market yourself as a copywriter on Instagram and TikTok, you don't look cool. You don't look good. You don't look smart. You just look like another broke asshole on the internet begging for attention. So maybe not the best way to be spending your time. Like, if you are okay looking like a fool for the first few years that you're doing something, especially if you're like new, like you don't have any experience, you're just learning this stuff, like you're, 24 to 30 days in, like the worst thing that could happen to your self-esteem is to like post like, here's a piece of copywriting advice. And then somebody with more experience than you is like, bro, that is the dumbest advice that I've ever heard in my entire life. And you'll be like, oh no, my endorphins and self-esteem, pain. Yeah, that will happen to you. So don't do that. Anyway, hold on. There's an ambulance going by. Another thing, your clients don't want to learn from you. They don't want copywriting advice. The businesses that you want to get paid from want to pay you to do stuff. Like that. There's no like novelty pillow maker out there who's being like, oh, dang, I wish my copy were better. I better go look at the advice given by this one rando with 73 followers on Instagram. Don't do that. Just it's better for you to actually like pitch a person and improve their copy. And guess what? And I'll get to this a little bit later. They probably don't even know they need better copy. They probably don't even know what copy is. There's a big difference between like a marketer, a copywriter, and a business person. Business person is focused on the product. They don't always have their mind plugged into the actual ads, the copy, etc. All right. Another thing is if you are new in your career, you are probably not going to have very interesting or different things to say. And as I said earlier in other videos, if you are not somehow being different and relevant to the people that you're trying to reach out to, they don't have any reason to listen to you. If you're just saying the same thing as anybody else, why wouldn't they just go with the advice given by anybody else? So you have to differentiate yourself somehow. And if you are new, you don't necessarily know everything that's out there to be able to do that. At least do it well. Okay. So here's the thing. Another thing that I've discovered over the years, that if you are giving newbie advice, guess what? Most newbies are newbies because they're broke. They don't have any fucking money. They are not going to give you their money. And so one of the things that you have to contend with is if you are trying to create a personal brand around copywriting info and you're making all these little like cute little info products, like guess what? You're just a newbie selling to other newbies. And that, congrats. Like you build a brand, but like it only impresses the people that are not going to give you the money that you have been looking for that got you into this business in the first place. So those are all things that you have to contend with and think about and wrestle with when it comes to this personal brand stuff. So another thing with personal brand stuff, every time you sit down to make a post on Instagram or Twitter or YouTube or things like that, you're robbing yourself of time that you could spend learning your craft or writing better copy or studying businesses or talking to businesses or playing Hollow Knight Silksong. Literally like going out and meeting somebody attractive and being like, hey, I just want to say you're the most beautiful person that I've seen tonight. And I would love to get your number if you would have me. That's all time that you could spend doing way more valuable stuff than building a personal brand. Ultimately, you're just cosplaying as a copywriter. And guess what? Like people can smell inauthenticity a mile away. And if they can't smell inauthenticity immediately, they will plug into it eventually. So ultimately, what you want to do is build your cred, that circle of cred, first, and then eventually start building a brand around that. Let's see. So all of that was very contrarian. All that goes against the advice that you've probably heard from many more people than me who's actually telling you the truth. Sorry, I don't have a personal brand course to sell you, so I'm just going to tell you the true. What I am going to tell you instead is that if you want to ignore me and you are one of the people that wants to be in that like 1% of people that makes a personal brand work, because it's actually probably way less than that, but let's just say 0.001% of people that make a personal brand work. Here's what you can do instead that actually massively increases your chances. And even if you don't build a big following, will actually like result in you potentially building your circle of cred, looking better for clients, and potentially getting more jobs. Here's what you do. Don't create copywriting content. Don't create content about what you're learning as a copywriter. Go to the businesses that you're studying in your outreach. Again, the CR 22-hour mega course, where one of the things I advise you is to split your day by 25, 50, 25. 25% of your day, you want to be doing, if not outreach, at least studying businesses, how they acquire customers, and how they make money and monetize those customers. As you're researching those businesses to reach out to later, one of the things that you can be doing is looking for opportunities where maybe their marketing isn't so great, or maybe they're not on all the channels that they should be, or maybe they're missing like a whole bunch of money that you know about that they don't know about. Well, guess what? You can reach out to that business to point that out. And if they do not hire you, all of a sudden, you can now make content about the thing in that business that isn't working. Your research and outreach has become your content for your personal brand. And now all of a sudden, you're being positioned not as like this desperate, oh, here are some like 5 tips for like writing the best headline ever. Oh, bullets are great. Ugh. No, like you don't want to sound like that. You want to sound like a person who's just like, I've been diving deep into the fitness niche recently, and I've noticed that several businesses are having 3 common problems. Guess what? You did not say the word copywriting. Here's what you did say. You wrote actual like words in text and then spoke them onto a camera in a way that will make the business owners in that niche want to work with you and learn from you and hire you, because you are positioning yourself as an expert in that niche. And you can go from niche to niche or business to business, whatever you want to do. But you make content around your case studies based on the research that you would already be doing anyway. That way you are not wasting time. You're looking like an expert. You don't look like a broke asshole. And hey, presto, all of a sudden you have a huge repository of reels and videos where you are actually breaking down and diving deep into the businesses that you want to work for in a way that is applicable and helpful to the businesses you want to work for. It makes you seem like a very hireable person, is what I'm trying to say. So that if you want to do a personal brand thing, if you want to ignore my advice to not do a personal brand thing, be my guest, go for it. But if you want to do it right, if you want to do it in a way that will actually benefit you, this is how to do it. So, as I said before, the reason why this works is because you're researching companies that you want to work with. Like, you're not sapping away your time. You're creating content that they might actually want to see, and you are proving your value in public, in a place where everybody can see. That becomes like a little bit of like, if you're emailing people and cold outreaching people, even if you're doing cold DMs, which, I don't necessarily recommend you do, but any form of cold outreach, not only can you point people towards your samples, you can point people towards your Instagram, where you actually say in your message, hey, I do deep dives into how businesses like yours can make more money. Check it out if you want to see what I'm all about. You look like a consultant, not a content creator. So, big takeaway, you don't need a brand. Most of the best copywriters, the highest paid copywriters in the world, do not have a brand. Evaldo Albuquerque does not have a brand. Mike Palmer does not have a brand. None of these super good copywriters have a brand. Mark Ford wrote under the pen name Michael Masterson because he wanted to avoid having a brand. Having a brand is more of a burden than it is a booster in this business, especially if you were trying to like build businesses and act as a consultant and things like that. People don't take personalities very seriously, especially like online personalities. You can attract people that are kind of ignorant, but once you get into the like higher levels, like serious professionals and serious people, they won't take you seriously if you're a clown on YouTube. So yeah, start acting the part. Anyway, before I close out, what questions do you guys have about starting a personal brand, things like that? Yes, Silk Song. Everybody should play it. Yes, that is a point that I should have made during the whole video recording session, which is that if you are giving out copywriting advice, all you're doing is going to attract other newbie copywriters. Like, it becomes like this human centipede where you're just pooping out the information you get from your copywriting study into the mouth of another newbie, and it gets sort of warped and distorted along the way, and it loses its nutrients every single mouth that it goes into. So yeah, don't be that. Don't do that. Build up Riz, not personal brands. I'll take it. I don't know what that means, but I'll take it. I don't think I have a charming personality. I think that I can be a little cantankerous, curmudgeonly, and a little dickish sometimes. It's something that I'm working on. I'm trying to be a little bit nicer. I just act like myself. It is definitely because of my baldness, though. That's delightful. Yeah, here's the thing. A good, just regular, normal Instagram account that doesn't show you in like compromising positions or doing anything stupid, like, that's fine. Just do that. My Instagram account is like mostly jokes, memes, and like videos and images of my kids. That's it. You know, my LinkedIn, go to my LinkedIn. Like, all my posts are jokes. Like, I got, I was talking to a business that wanted help with their LinkedIn post because they were having trouble with getting engagement on LinkedIn. And after my whole spiel of explaining how, engagement and vanity metrics, like that doesn't mean anything necessarily, I showed them, like, they were like, well, like, what is your best performing post? And I said, it got this many likes and this many comments. They're like, oh my God, wow. Like, how did you do that? And I showed them the post, and it was where I talked about how, like, I had the best morning routine because all I did was act like a narwhal all day. So yeah, that's how seriously I take LinkedIn and other things. Anyway. Yep. Welcome. Here, again, go back to the advice that I gave. Like, when I was talking about the case studies, like actually going into the businesses that you are already researching, you can write blogs about copywriting. In fact, go to an old interview that I did with Jacob McMillan. We were talking about somebody that got a job. He was a brand new copywriter. Here's how he got his job. He wrote a case study on a Medium post, and then he used, not as a sample, but he sent prospective clients to that Medium post. It was like how HubSpot gets their clients or something like that. That was a blog. That got him clients. Do more of that. Proving stuff is definitely the way to go. I was just talking to a friend of mine about some of the marketing work I've been doing, and his friends were like, I might need some help in a few months. Yeah. That's another thing that a lot of the newbies watching this need to learn too, which is very simply, like, most of you probably have not reached out to family or friends who are doing like interesting business things and been like, hey, I want to do this. Is there anything that I can do to help you? That's oftentimes how to get your foot in the door. That's amazing. I love that. Good. Yep. That's networking at its finest. I love that. What is your opinion about building a copywriting marketing agency? Go to the main channel and look at our most recent videos. Within the last 8 videos, you will find a video that is titled Why I Quit Building a Marketing Agency or a Copywriting Agency. I forget the title of it, but yeah. Basically, it's brutal truths about starting a copywriting agency. I give all of the bad and some of the good about this in that particular video. So if you want a true, no bullshit, this is the problem with starting an agency as a copywriter thing, that's the video to go to, because I don't think anybody else on on YouTube is going to be as truthful as I was in that particular video. I also I asked like a bunch of friends who are agency owners like what their opinion is. So it's not just my opinion. Like I got like the bitter and brutal truths from like 10 different people. So it's not just me who's saying these things. And we're obviously not trying to sell you on the idea. So I have one of those. I have a here. I'm gonna stop recording because the video is over. Oh, I guess I should film a CTA. Anyway, so those were my thoughts on building a personal brand. And if you want to do it, go for it. Just make sure that you do it the right way. And if you do it the wrong way, have fun with it. Use it as a learning experience, but don't assume that it's going to have the impact that you think it's going to have. Just do your best. Learn as much as you possibly can. And if you do the stuff that we advise you to do, not only will that help you build a personal brand, but it will also help you appear more attractive to clients in the first place. So I'm sure that there's a video on the screen right now that you can click that will help you with everything that you are trying to accomplish. I wish you the best of luck. Goodbye. All right. That was the end of the recording of the little mini masterclass on building a personal brand. So I just did that. Let's see. I know. I love it. I love doing this stuff. I love answering people's questions. Not the same questions over and over, but like the interesting problem questions that people have. Neurodivergent adult life. Here's the thing with that. If you have like autism or ADHD, I have very bad ADHD. My whole life is building up like a whole scaffold of like workarounds for things. And so that is going to look different for every single person. And one of the things that you're going to have to contend with is that if you have some sort of neurodivergence, you are playing on hard mode. What I will say is that having certain like bits of the spectrum of autism and certain bits of ADHD, that can be a superpower in marketing because you can absorb a lot of information fast. You can produce a lot of copy under stress very, very quickly. There's a whole series of benefits around having ADHD in this business. Now, all that said, just because there are some benefits, that does not mean that there are not costs as well. And one of the unfortunate things that you're going to have to contend with is that you are going to sort of live your life suffering a little bit as a result of these things. And there's no escaping that. There is only finding ways to mitigate or work around it or prevent it from getting bad. So you have to do everything that you can to do those things. Now, another thing, too, is that you are going to very frequently beat yourself up over... I'm going to go ahead and say that this is sort of like, how should I say, the guilt of being different. You're going to think and wish, and hope, I wish there were some things that could change me. And you're going to look for things that can fix you. When in reality, what you should be looking for, like the road in your brain is never going to be patched correctly. It's never going to be smooth, and traffic is never going to drive on it very well. So you need to find a detour. You need to put in position in your life systems, processes, and other things that allow you to function. But just because you're doing stuff that allows you to function, that doesn't mean that you are ever achieving the sort of mindset that other people have. So start treating the stuff that you have that are actually obstacles as things that you need to build systems and build routes around. And then stick to those things as consistently and diligently as humanly possible, knowing well that you will sometimes fail and that that's all part of it and that it's okay. So that's my advice. Definitely go watch the past videos that we've put out. Yeah, like we have a whole bunch on books. You will do great, especially if you like learn more of the marketing stuff and more of the copywriting stuff that could apply to what you're doing. You'll do fine. Let me say this about Instagram outreach. I think that much has been made of it. Here's my opinion on Instagram outreach. It's a mistake for most people because serious business people do not do serious business on Instagram. They do serious business on motherfucking email. You on Instagram reaching out to business owners, coaches, you're just reaching out to other influencers. The odds that they will try to sell you on their course when you try to sell them on your services, it's pretty high. And so, ultimately, like, if you're trying to pitch people on like growing an Instagram, yeah, it makes sense for you to have like Instagram followers. But at that point, you're not reaching out to people on cold DM. You're making Instagram ads that show people how to do it. And like selling your coaching, your agency services, or your info via paid ads, because that shows that you're more serious about it. And so that's when you would want to pitch people on Instagram. Now, if you're just doing regular Instagram DMs, I've told people for the most, like 99% of the time, it's a mistake. There are plenty of people that have made it work. But for the most part, like, even if you do get a client or a handful of clients for a little while, like, one, that is a pool of people that once they grow, guess what? They're not going to be doing business on Instagram. They're not going to be hiring people on Instagram. They're not going to be reaching, like, the whole point of them growing their business. If you succeed in growing their business, guess what? They're moving to email. So, while I have my own problems with email outreach, I think Instagram outreach is just like email, but worse. Because you have less space to convince people. You have to rely on seedier and dirtier tactics to get people's attention. Hence the whole bait and riz stuff. And then ultimately, what are you doing? You're working for businesses that literally, like, are kind of pathetic and small. If you're in this to make money, so go where the money is. Money's in email. The money is in PPC. The money's in networking events. That's where the real big money is. So think about stuff like that. Let's see. Yes and yes. Yes. An ADHD con that I don't see a lot of people talking about is hyperfocus. My ADHD, like, people confuse ADHD as like having a low attention span. My problem with ADHD is my propensity for hyperfocus. And you have to think about ADHD not as like people can't focus. It's people don't have a choice necessarily of what to focus on. And so there have been times where I will sit there hyper focusing for 10 hours and like to the point where like I realize because of the pain in my bladder, like I have not peed in 10 hours. Oh my God. So that's my problem with ADHD. So when I take ADHD meds, like I'm like, oh, okay, I can work for 45 minutes. That's a perfect amount of time to work. And then I can step away and then go back to it. And it's not an issue. Whereas like when I'm not medicated, like I'll sit down and then like somebody will be talking to me and I won't realize until like the fourth or fifth time somebody talks to me that like somebody was talking to me. It's pretty bad. Anywho. How do you know whether you have the minimum viable skill to get sign a paid client? We have a video about this on our second channel, Copy That Sells. There should be a link to it somewhere on our channel. But yeah, I just released a video all about this. Yeah, about that. Well, that's the thing. Like everybody has a different flavor of ADHD. If you have ADHD, it's entirely possible that like you have the ADHD where you don't have hyperfocus as being your problem. You have focus as being your problem. But in terms of like, if you do have hyperfocus, that propensity, then I don't know if there's necessarily a trigger. It's like I was saying before about saving money. Like you have to like start very small. And sometimes like sitting down to actually do the work, like it feels like you are ripping broken glass out of your throat. It feels bad to start a project. And so you have to have the appropriate systems and things in place necessary to get you to sit down and focus on stuff. Whatever that takes. And then typically for me, hyperfocus kicks in about 20 to 30 minutes of like forcing myself to do something even though I don't want to. Okay, you've got to stop beating yourself up because everybody here is going to have setbacks and failures. Everybody here. There's not a person in this business, in this life, who does not lose track, who does not fail. Now, here's the thing. Everybody in this planet is flawed. Can you think of one person who's not flawed? There isn't. So why would you hold yourself to a different standard? Don't. Give yourself some grace and forgive yourself. Yeah, that is a thing. Let's see. Yes. Freelancing copywriting with an automobile corporate job, feasible? Yes, it is feasible, but it might be more feasible after you spend the time to get good first, and then, then it becomes a lot easier to do that work in the small snippets of time that you have. All right, that was all the questions. I am going to put my mic down. Oh my god! Oh, I was holding that this whole time, and it's like doing holding an isometric bicep curl. Holy schmidt! I hope that was all helpful. All the Q&A and the little mini lesson on personal branding. What I would love to do now is pivot and switch over to talking about copywriting, things that people have submitted. Let's see. That's under here, and this is here. All right. I'm going to try to do this. Share screen. Okay. Let me see. Yes, everybody can see me. I think AI copy has one of the things, really quick, AI copy has its place. AI copy can be better than some copywriters in some circumstances. And I think that it is going to be very conducive to most people's careers if they can learn at least how to use AI copy for some purposes, anything that helps them be more efficient. Now, does AI copy replace copywriters? Not really, because you still need somebody who's decent at copy to look at the AI copy and go, hey, that's pretty good. Or, wow, that sucks, ChatGPT. Do it again, but make it suck shit less. Like, if you can't tell AI like why their copy sucks, guess what? You're not going to get good AI copy. And even then, you might still fail to get good AI copy. So that's a major a lot of people that fired their copywriters like last year have been quietly rehiring copywriters again. Even the businesses that actually sell like copywriting AI tools, like ChatGPT was hiring a marketer and copywriter, like a live person, a living person, and spending a lot of money on them too. Guess what? Like, that person is going to write mostly human copy and occasionally supplement it with AI copy. So there you go. Let's see. Do I speak Japanese? EA. Oh yeah, no, I will definitely be able to get to yours. Absolutely. The ground outside here is dirty, so I'm not going to do that. So I have to script that and then film it. So it's in pre-production right now. But right now, I think for the rest of 2025, I'm going to focus on like all the newbie-friendly videos that I want to make, and just to get those out of my system. And then I'm going to have like a whole like, hey, Copy That is taking its standard every year winter break that we've done for the last few years, and then we're going to make a bunch of cool stuff, especially like paid stuff. And then 2026 is when we're going to start really focusing not on newbie related content and like client getting content, but more on like intermediate and like, if you're a business owner, like here's how you can like get better at being at selling your stuff. And that's going to be helpful for newbies, intermediates, advanced people, the whole kit and caboodle. So that's starting in 2026. But there's a few videos that I want to make that are very specifically focused on newbies first. Let's see. Yeah, again, there's no place out here on this balcony that I can really sit. Yeah, sure. I'll bump you up in the queue so that you can go to sleep sooner. Yeah, I will do that solid, Aaron. I think that's everybody just saw an advantage of like having an in with the boss. Okay, this is a buzzer beater submission. This is a welcome flow for an ecom brand that I just worked on. Client was a fan of the copy, and my copy chief was a fan of the copy. I'm wondering if there's anything that I could do to make it better, as I personally think it is a bit generic and boring. All images and product names have been deleted. This brand did $600,000 in revenue last month. After my emails, we're hoping to take it to 1 million. That would be incredible. Usually with email, like you're really gunning for that 10% boost. You're not going to 10x a business, or in your case, more than 50x a business, or sorry, 50% increase a business just from a few emails alone. So let's see. Let's zoom in. By the way, when I'm looking at the copy, I will not be able to look at the chat. So y'all behave yourselves. Don't say anything that is gross or not too gross. All right. Dropship e-commerce brand. They sell luxury light fixtures, indoors and outdoors. Average product value is about $300. Cool. So their AOVs are probably pretty high, but also their CPAs are probably pretty high too. I'm going to guess, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, their CPAs are probably close to $400 or $500. Is that correct? Not sure. Haven't seen. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it's all right. So what are you doing in this email? So this brand has officially acquired a customer. They have done, as I've advised you all to do, they have done the things to acquire the customer. Now they're on the email list. And once they're on the email list, they have to monetize that customer. Either monetize the lead that's free, or they have to monetize the person who has already given them money. So that's the twofold function of email. And also engaging the list. And yep, blah, 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 blah. So brand aesthetic is luxury. I don't understand how that is a brand aesthetic, but I'm not going to mince hairs there. This is a welcome flow. Customers are sent after they put their email in for the welcome discount code. Okay, so this is for people you have paid via PPC or through other means to get people to go to a squeeze page or to a landing page of some sort, and they're on that page, and then a pop-up comes up for a discount, and then people have put in their email address. Once they put in their email address, this is the welcome flow that they will get. Understood. So I can immediately tell you right there, then and there, they more often than not, you're dealing with high intent people. So if you're dealing with high intent people, most high intent people, they want the discount and they want to buy the thing. So before I even look at your email, they are probably going to want to see something that allows them to use the discount and buy the thing. So there you go. There's another ambulance coming by. Okay. So I did not get here, but yes. So 1A, after 24 hours of no action, email 2 is sent. Okay. So, okay, well, let me ask this. So you have a behavioral sequence. I love behavioral marketing sequences. So here's the thing. If somebody clicks the email, they're checking it out, and they take action, is there some other sequence that they get put on because you know that they're a hot buyer? Okay. Good. Perfect. Yes. Thank you. All right. So this is specifically for people who are freebie hunters or are free list people who remain free list people. All right. Curious on what I can do better. Client copy chief was a fan of the work. I think it's a little milquetoast. Listen, Alex is better at ecom copy than I am, but one thing that he will agree with me is that for the most part, if people are high intent and they just want the thing, you don't need a whole lot of good copy to sell the thing. So it doesn't really much matter if it's milquetoast, but I will give you my opinion, and that is excessive, but I like it. All right. So this is the welcome email that has the discount. This is what kicks off the behavioral email sequence that we are looking at. All right. Subject line, welcome to Shawnee Mac Lights, or welcome to this. Sometimes, it depends on the brand, sometimes you'll actually find a boost in open rate and clicks. If you use something like this, your welcome offer is inside, as opposed to just, hey, welcome to this thing. Obviously, if they just signed up for this thing, they're going to be, again, top of mind. They'll probably be fine. But very frequently, like, here's a little gray hat tip, and your client and your copy chief will probably not like this very much. One of the best welcome emails that I've ever sent, and this is works for basically any email sequence, is attention, important account information enclosed. Use that as the subject line. That is probably the most aggro you can be in a welcome email. It probably will not fly very well with somebody trying to sell luxury branded lights. But I want you to have that as an arrow in your quiver, Aaron. All right. Welcome to Shawnee Mac. Another graphic. Okay. Use code OUT6125 for $50 off your first order. Okay. Again, so far, this is doing everything an e-commerce email should do. I have no opinion about this. It's fine. I have no opinion about the image. You're demonstrating what the thing does. It's fine. My suggestion usually is especially for a welcome sequence, make sure that it's your best seller. You know, bestsellers are bestsellers for a reason. So lead off with your best foot. But that's an optimization, not a need to have. Use code OUT612. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Hero SKU. There you go. So that was just a basics kind of thing. They probably are already familiar with the basics. $50 off your first order. Now, the question that I have for you, Aaron, is have they tested different discount amounts? Yes, we are A/B testing this with $25 and percent. God, I love it. So obviously the business you're working for has their shit together. I love that. All right. Lighting with intention. Whatever that means. Shawnee Mac was founded to elevate homes with a modern, sophisticated glow. Most people treat lighting as an afterthought and don't realize how much lighting affects the mood of a space. Starting from the prototypes, every single one of our pieces are carefully crafted with scale, proportion, and warmth in mind. And I somewhere in here, but I'm feeling like you could probably put it after this. These pieces are crafted with scale, proportion, and warmth in mind. And what does that do for a space? You're telling me that lights affect the mood of a space. So what is the consequence, the outcome of this? This is what I have highlighted right here. Elevating your space is the bland, fluffy, puffery. Yeah, it's for whatever reason, a lot of e-com agency account managers and copy chiefs and stuff like that are very reluctant to drive home benefits for whatever reason. Maybe they want to and I'm not going to be disparaging. A lot of them want you to drive home the benefits implicitly, like have it sort of like arrive in a person's mind without you having to explicitly say it. So chances are they deleted that paragraph or deleted what you're saying that you deleted, not because of what it did, but because of how you framed it or how you said it. So maybe something like, starting from the prototypes, every single one of our pieces are carefully crafted with scale, proportion, and warmth in mind to bring your home to, and then you can insert something there, you know, to make your home feel like home would be another example of advertising puffery that you can use. So a lot of things, especially when it comes to like clients, businesses, agency owners, copy chiefs, people reviewing your copy, and they have a quibble, like a problem with something that you wrote, more often than not, hold on, I'll fly. More often than not, it's like one small tweak away, one small change away from like working really well and making the thing better. It's just a matter of like tweaking the thing. People, when they're reviewing your copy, like as a business, they're not going like, oh, I see what this is doing. Here's how we can make this better. No, they're just going like, I like that. I don't like that. It's very binary. So keep that stuff in mind. Econ copy is often one tiny tweak away from working really well. Yeah, that's absolutely true. I wouldn't say just econ copy. I would say any copy that you're getting like pushback on. Transform your lighting with our most popular products. So do people, I mean, the question that I have here is, did any of you here, I'm going to switch back to chat. Oh, wow, there's a lot of stuff. Lots of comments and questions. We'll get to those later. How many of you woke up this morning and were like naked and sweaty and, you know, like your sheets are all wet from all the gross things that you do in bed, and you ripped them off of your body and you went, my God, do I wish I could transform my lighting? That's a very, very specific thing that you got to keep in mind. So again, this is an example of advertising puffery. It sounds provocative, but means nothing. Like getting the inside track on a new trading strategy. It's puffery. It sounds good and means nothing. So one of the things that you have to contend with is when you have any instance of advertising puffery, you have to wonder, what is it doing? Is it having the rhetorical effect that you want it to have? Is it complementing or working well with other pieces? Like, for example, I gave the example from financial of getting the inside track on a trading strategy. If the trading strategy involves, oh, I don't know, looking at the insider trades that members of Congress are doing and then basing your trades on that, then yeah, it makes a lot of sense to use a phrase like getting the inside track on a new trading strategy, because that mirrors, complements, and ultimately has a sort of synergistic effect with the actual idea of what you're selling. Does transforming your lighting, transformation, that idea, that puffery, does that necessarily complement the main ideas that you have in this email or on any of the product pages? These are questions that you have to ask yourself. And again, like, these are the fine nuances that when you submit a piece of copy, like, you would want to, in your whatever message or letter or note to your copy chief or whatever, you'd want to mention that you went through this thought, because when they read the outcome of you having all these thoughts and trying to make sure that everything is coherent and aligned and blah, 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 they're not going to see the work and the thought that went into what you did. They'll just be like, oh, looks good. Transform your lighting. Looks good. No. Your work is like an iceberg. People will see the surface, but it has to go way, way deeper than that. All right. So that was a combination of like how to improve your copywriting, how to weave in benefits, how to like use puffery or not use puffery, how to weave an idea into the actual rhetoric framework. And then I also gave you some like practical advice for managing your managers. So, God, I think you got the I think you got some ROI on the cost of the ticket to get into this particular Whetstone Wednesday. Anyway, that was some gold that I just dropped there. Shawnee Mac, shop now. Shawnee Mac 2, another image. Outdoor. Okay, so indoor, outdoor. Question: is there any product description copy that would go into these boxes? Any like flavor text, taglines, stingers, anything to like make the light feel like more than a light? Let's see Aaron's comment. No. That is not something you have to do. But if you are trying to link people to a product page and the product page copy is good, might as well use some of that in the email. Just saying. All right. Same thing. Outdoor, shop all, footer. I wish, so Alex had a great swipe of a fantastic e-com email for that welcome people. And it was a good combo of like this shit, which take or leave, a lot of businesses love it. It works insofar as people are excited to use and get their discount code. This is the most important piece of this email. You know? That's it. That's what people signed up for. Everything else is just an optimization. So, what matters the most is deliverability, the subject line, and the offer. That's 90% of what will make this business more money to begin with. Everything else is the other 10%. So keep that in mind. You know, always keep your priorities in check. You know, don't die on a hill about like the copy down here when, again, the most important part of the copy is this, especially for this type of email. Don't get it twisted. There's somebody watching this particular stream or the recording of the stream and being like, oh, the discount code is the most important part of every single email. No. This particular type of email in this particular type of funnel, in this particular type of context for this particular type of business, this is the most important part of this email. The reason for that is because this is what they signed up to get. So you want to make sure that 1, they get the email, and 2, they can read the email, and 3, they're enticed to read the email, and 4, the offer to use the discount code is really, really good. That's going to get you 90% of your results from these emails. So, and then after that, it's like, you know, coherence, the idea, the actual benefits, the tangible and intangible benefits, the things that make these particular lights unique. And I think that that's the reason why you feel that this is milquetoast. This email is selling lights. We know what a light does. We know what lights are for. But we also know that some lights can have other impacts than others. So there's nothing in this email that makes this brand, these lights, this email stand out or feel unique or feel particularly relevant to a particular use case. Like, you know, it doesn't really call out an identification. You know, you say the aesthetic is luxury. You know, one thing you can consider, I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, one thing you can consider is actually calling out, you know, for people of elegant taste, we have the lights that match your amazing sense of style. What did I do there? I did a call out. I leaned into some like identifications, and I also wove in a benefit there. So again, client forced me to write this, lighting with intention. Yeah. Again, like you're working in an agency with clients, and sometimes clients, they get a bug in their butt about stuff, man. They have very particular opinions about how they want their stuff to be marketed, because again, like they're not marketers. They are not thinking. All they care about is like the product and their reputation. They're not thinking about the fact that like in business, you have a choice. You can either have a sterling reputation or you can have a big business, and you cannot have both. Things to keep in mind. A lot of people, in fact, I would say the majority of people, would rather have their reputation intact than have a big business. So with that in mind, if a client puts their foot down and forces you to write copy that just sucks, it stinks, it's boring, it's bland, roll with it. Move the needle where you can. Because one thing that you don't want to do is push back against a client for something that doesn't necessarily matter very much. This matters. This, it just makes it sound like everything else. You know, it's not special. It's not going to grow the business, but it's not going to harm it either. So keep that in mind. Ooh, for identification, I call it Wine Sippers, one of my latest campaigns, something like XYZ while sipping on a glass of wine. That's not bad. That's not bad. Try other things too. All right. Looks like you got a ton of comments. Let me look at email 2, the follow-up to this. A little bit of uniqueness. You're thinking sequentially. I like that. Somebody watched my email sequences masterclass, available on the Patreon and also in the Platinum Collection, which I don't think there's a link in the description below because I don't market these very well. Anyway, what makes Shawnee Mac different? How we compare? I would love to see a test of what makes Shawnee Mac different, the name of the brand. I would love to see that with something a little bit more provocative, like, you know, why a certain type of light, not necessarily calling out a brand, but why a certain type of light makes your room feel poor. You know, why, whatever the name of this brand, you know, why such and such types of people turn to these kinds of lights. Like poke people a little bit, challenge people a little bit. But again, like test against that, because you never know, like maybe the list just really responds well to bland, straightforward like this. Don't forget to claim your welcome offer. Yeah, and even stuff like this. Like, hey, you asked for this. Did you still want it? Things like that. I've noticed a slight boost, a little attention getting from things like that. Because don't forget to claim your welcome offer. It's like, that's nice, but it doesn't really do anything persuasively. It's just a reminder. But if you do something different, like, hey, I checked my records and you still haven't claimed your welcome offer yet. Did you still want it? Like, there's a few psychological things that are happening there. One is the Cialdini, the principle of unity. Like, we all desire to cohere with some illusion of identity that we have in our head, which is based on our perception of our past self. And so we're like poking people and being like, hey, your past self promised this. Did you still want it? That's what that does. So there's a lot of complicated, like nuanced psychology to like doing different things there. But this feels pretty bland ass, so I can totally understand what you're saying. But at the same time, I see it from like an e-com business's perspective. Like, you know, if you're making $600,000 a month or a year or whatever doing this, you know, maybe you don't want to poke the bear, you ruin a good thing. So that at the same time, though, that's the difficulty with growth. Like, you have to be willing to take risks in order to grow. And so that is neither here nor there. You are not a business consultant. You're a copywriter. So use the code Shawnee Macaroni for an extra $50 off your first order. I had to be sleek and luxury minimalistic because that was the vibe of the brand. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and also, Aaron, I noticed you wrote, hey, you asked for it. Did you want this? It's not you asked for it. Did you want this? It's, hey, you asked for a discount code for our lights. Did you still want this? It's not, did you want this? It's, did you still want this? Remember, we are reminding people of a past self that they want to cohere with. Things to keep in mind. Very subtle little tweaks of language like that have a huge impact in certain circumstances. Not every circumstance. Let's see. Really extended by copywriter brain to embellish this AliExpress light product. Hand finished wood and high density steel instantly transform the mood of any space, wear and weather resistant materials built to last. Careful balance of scale, proportion of warmth. Mass produced cheap materials. So this is comparing the two types of lights. Generic monotonous lighting. Mass produced cheap materials. Basic, unimaginative design. This is one of those situations where, like, I think having one additional bullet related to, like, your customers' identities makes sense. Doing a little bit of IVOC data, I think, would go a long way here. Because, like, again, your audience, you know, if they're rich, they want a luxury light experience. Like, they didn't wake up this morning being like, oh, I wish I had a hand-finished wood and high-density steel. Like, what that is communicating is, oh, this is a high-quality product. It is worth the money. It's worth the high cost. What that doesn't do is make them the hero to their family or the envy of their friends, if that makes sense. And one thing that you will keep in mind if you are selling to high net worth and affluent people is that they are very, very competitive with other rich assholes. They love to have one up on other people with money. And so, you know, the sort of crass, like, ultra direct way to stimulate that particular emotion would be like, you know, while your friends play rich, your house looks rich. Something like that. And so that's what, obviously finesse that. From what you've told me, I doubt your copy chief, your agency, your editor, the business owner, I doubt that they will go for something like that. But if you can find ways to vary, like put the B in subtle, like weave stuff like that in, I imagine it would actually have a pretty powerful impact. Maybe not here, but perhaps somewhere else. So things that you want to keep in mind. All right. Yeah. Now, I imagine the person that you submitted this email to probably saw this and was like, great, this is exactly what it needs. And like, again, like I said before, the emotion that you stimulate here and the code and the offer are the three most important parts of this email because of the type of email sequence that it is, because of the marketing context that it's in. So again, 90% of your results are going to come from this little band of text. Now, if you want to improve that, you can either improve this text to actually be more emotional, or you can affect the offer. That's it. That's basically the two things that are going to give you the most results. The CTA is a hit or miss. It's like pass or fail. Like if you have a bad CTA, you won't get any sales. But if you have a really, really amazing CTA, stuff like that. Yeah. Yep. Let's look at number 3. Still deciding endorsement items and bestsellers. Yeah. So this is why I was sort of harping on the emotionality of the first thing. If people, who's going to be getting this email? It's people who have ignored 2 other emails. So that's going to be 3 types of people. People who are just sign up for things. So bots, for example. So they ain't deciding. People who wanted something on impulse, but then they got the email and they're like, maybe I'll come back to this a little bit later. You know, They were on the fence, and then for whatever reason they changed their mind. People behave that way all the time about anything that they're buying. 3, like, who's the type of person? It's going to be people that are like interested but hasn't seen anything that enticed them yet. So the question that I have for you then is, whom are you trying to appeal to? Are you trying to appeal to the people like in group 2 that, like, they were on the fence and then they were like, I changed my mind? In which case, like, I don't think showing them the same things over again is going to appeal to them. Oh, and I guess there would be a group 4, which is people who just simply didn't see the first 2 emails because it went to spam or promotions. That would be group 4. Or just people who are busy. I have like 400,000 unread emails. I don't open every single email. So those are the groups of people. And if you're trying to appeal to group 2, well, guess what? More of the same is probably not going to appeal to them. If you're trying to appeal to group 3, which is to say people who like didn't see anything that they liked originally, they're not going to want to see the same things again. And then group 4, people who just didn't open the emails to begin with, still deciding is not going to get them to open the email. So things that you want to keep in mind. So I do not know without testing that this is the best approach here for email 3, because you've already sort of needled them on your best sellers in emails 1 and 2. And so for me, if people have not bought by email 3, I would probably try to throw a curveball, and I would probably, again, like, do something more like emotionally driven, like, rather than being like still deciding here's our best sellers, I'd probably be like, honestly, I'd probably do something very, very different in terms of format, but I doubt your client's going to allow that. If I were writing this email sequence, I'd probably do something like a testimonial or a case study, or like I'd do like images of like a transformation, like somebody's room that went from like bland ass and boring to looking amazing once you added this company's lights, like an actual demonstration or like an example of like these lights in action. Because what is that going to do? That's going to convince all the people that are on the fence. It's going to convince all the people that were like, yeah, I want this, but I'm not so sure it's right. They're going to be like, oh, wow, yeah, I do want my house to look like that. It frames the same appeals in a different way. So rather than harping on the same shit, Again, without testing, you never know. Maybe this account manager did test something like that. Try asking them. Have we tested something like that? But yeah, for email 3s, especially in this type of sequence, that's usually when I break out like a testimonial or like in ecom, a version of a testimonial or case study, et cetera, et cetera. The thing that you want to keep in mind, as always, when dealing with account managers, copy chiefs, and business owners is that they are all biased. We are all biased. We all have our predilections or things that we get stuck on. And your account manager, your manager's no different. They're human. It takes a very, very evolved person to be like, I might be wrong. I have confidence that I'm right, but because I might be wrong, I'm willing to give this a try. That's a risky position to be in. Not everybody's like that. And so got to be careful. Anyway, looking to elevate your space. Again, I don't feel like I need to really do this. I like how you are illustrating what people should expect to see on the actual product page or order page, because I think that's just good copy. One thing that you got to be careful of, though, One thing you got to be careful of, though, is the more images you cram into an email, the more likely it is going to go to spam. And so if somebody has not responded to the first 2 emails by the time they get this one, this will certainly put the spam filters over the edge. So you have to be careful about that. A simple like step-by-step instructions in basic HTML, that could work too. Another thing that you want to keep in mind also is like, again, it's just the same copy from the first email. It's nothing special. And all this email is serving to do is just, remind people that you exist. And like, I'm gonna bet $8 right now that email 3 in this particular format is not going to be your bestseller. The most of your sales are going to come from this one and possibly this one if there's a deadline, but only if there's a deadline. Let me look at email 4. Yep, flash sale, 48 hours only. So highlight USP, bring on shipping, buy now, pay later. Okay. Ooh. Like this. Okay. Now here's what I don't like about this. I mean, this is cute. If you got this email, everybody in the chat, and again, I can't see the chat because I have a different tab open. If you got this email with this subject line, would you know what the product was for and what the sale was on? I have made the joke many times before about how if you wrote an ad to a most aware audience that is like, hey, get 39% off Squiggly Borks, buy now. Nobody's going to click that ad because nobody knows what a Squiggly Bork is. The same applies for subject lines in email sequences. Either in your subject line or your preview line, 15% off your first light fixture, or flash sale on all outdoor lights. And you can even do like something fancy, like flash sale on outdoor and then this emoji with an S after it. That's different. It makes people go, what? What does that even say? I get it the moment they open the email. So things to keep in mind that you want to drive home the urgency and the benefit, but also you do not want to be so vague that people don't know what the hell is going on. All right. That's fine. 50% off. And I like how you're switching from dollars off to percentages off. What our customers have to say. Yeah, testimonials. I would put that in email 3, but number 4 is fine. Yeah, I like an example of like testimonials plus like an image of the light fixture in their room. I think that that's going to be superior to like the other generic stuff, because what is the point of this? What is the social proof for in a business that sells lights online? Proof that it's not a scam, proof that it looks good, proof of satisfaction as a customer, and also hopefully something to aspire to. It's that fourth category, the testimonials that show something to aspire to, that will drive the most results in any form of email. Doesn't matter where it is in the sequence, that actually like sell a thing. Because again, people are either looking for reaffirmation, confirmation, or some reason to tip them over the edge into buying. And presenting a version of the self that has X benefits that are listed in the testimonial can be very powerful. So you want to be careful and choosy about what you do. I personally would move this up, but again, I don't think that's a deal breaker. I think that's just a mild optimization. I don't think it's going to impact conversions very much, but if the whole point of this is to drive home the benefits of taking advantage of the sale, guess what? If people haven't purchased by now, and this is the thing that's going to tip them over the edge, you might as well lead off with it. But in all likelihood, the vast, vast, vast majority of people are not going to be pushed over the edge by that. They'll be pushed over the edge by, guess what? The offer. That's right, the offer. And how you frame the offer and how you get people to open the email. Those are going to be the big needle movers. Again, e-com, like you don't need to be a rocket. What's the joke? You don't need to be a rocket surgeon to be an e-commerce copywriter. You just need to know what matters and then not fuck up the rest. All right. And then final email in the sequence. Text-based from founder. Like this. Aaron, one thing that I want to say that I admire about the copy that I've seen you write, especially since you joined the incubator and have started getting better, is like you took my advice about being swipe heavy, and what you've done that I've noticed, at least here, is that you take swipes, but you're not ripping entirely. You're taking the overall strategy or the thought of a piece without necessarily stealing its trappings. And that's good. Good use of swiping. So proud of you for how you're growing and how you're developing. Variation A. Okay. Last chance. Flash sale ends in 24 hours. I might even tighten that up. And again, like this suffers the same problem. Flash sale ends in 24 hours. Flash sale on what? Squiggly works? Butt plugs? I have no idea. Well, why would I open this? So sender name. And it's not just products. You can do stuff that alludes to products, like, you know, last chance to brighten up your home. PT, you know, the preview text, flash sale ends in 24 hours. You know, it's just small stuff like that that can like have a really big impact. Hey, this is Sean from Shawnee Mac. As someone with an eye for interior design, it always frustrated me to see that many spaces ignore the importance of light. That's why we started Shawnee Mac. Interesting. I'll just show people the intentional lighting mood of a room. All of our products are designed with scale, proportion, and warmth in mind. You definitely find something that fits your space. I wonder how much of this copy is actually taken from their About page. I'll let you respond. Decent chunk plus your own spin. Very smart, very smart. Good use of your resources, good use of efficiency. I like to see it. Yeah, no, it's mostly me pretending to be this guy. That's totally fine. So yeah, personal touch, that can be totally fine. Again, like, what does this do? This makes this feel like a real business. A message like this stands out from the previous ones because it is HTML text-based. It does not feel like something that just feels like a sales email trying to get a sale. This feels like a note from a human. It's good. And it's good for switching it up. You'll notice in any sort of email sequence that if you dramatically switch something up, like abruptly, conversions tend to go up because people notice it. And so, as I surmised before, my guess is that you'll get the most sales from email 1A and email 5, this one. I will bet you $1 that your account manager probably read this and was like, this is great. Like, loved it. Probably had very few edits on this. Especially if you're doing what you did, what you are saying you did. So one thing to note about this, though, that you may want to test. Client was like, client commented on the Figma, nice. Yeah. By the way, anybody watching this or the recording of this who's going to work with agencies or work with businesses, throwing in an email like this into a sequence, not only is it a surprise to prospects, it's also a surprise to the clients and the account managers and your copy chiefs as well. Because they're like, oh my gosh, you're using the stuff that makes me look good? Oh shit, oh snap, oh great. And if there's one thing that a lot of these folks, especially entrepreneurs, love, it's seeing a mirror reflected back on themselves that makes them look good. Because again, like I said, reputation. Most of them are optimizing for reputation, not for growth. So you did the smart thing. And if your client is happy, guess what, Aaron? You're probably going to get more work with this agency. Which, Christ, hopefully this works for generating more sales. But who cares about that? You're going to get another job with the agency. So there is that. I'm, of course, joking and being a little flippant, but because obviously you do want to make sure that you're doing well for the client. One thing that I want to make you think about, though, is just, again, with the other emails in the sequence, for a lot of the reasons that I gave before, they are not going to push the envelope. They're going to do a lot of the same. And as a result, it's not going to have the huge boosting effect that you're hoping for. Could have a small one, but a huge one, probably not. You have to do other stuff a little bit differently, dramatically differently from what these folks are used to in order to do that. But that is not your job. You are not the strategist. You are the copywriter. So I'm going to switch back to chat. Oh my God, there's still so many people watching this. All right. Let's see. Oh man, I have a whole bunch. I don't even know what this is referring to. I tried to be as nuanced in that as possible. There's some stuff that was impactful to sales and some stuff that wasn't. But there's always room for optimization. Oh, hello. Welcome. Aaron, thank you for sharing your copy. I hope that was helpful. I hope that was helpful for every single person who is watching right now in the Eastern Hemisphere where I currently am. Yeah, we just went through a full welcome sequence for a light fixture, a luxury light fixture brand. It was actually pretty good. Aaron did a good job. So everybody give a round of applause to Aaron. Let's see. Asmat has been repeated this comment. A dramatic demonstration in this email may work like the average normal room and the one pick of the room where the lighting is actually kept in mind side by side. Yeah, again, as we were talking about before, the client and the account manager did not go for that. But I do agree that actually showing the lights in use is a good way to improve the conversions. Yeah, seriously, Aaron, good work. And also, like, at the same time, like, you got it 90% of the way there. Your account manager was happy. Like, that was a win. You got a W. You did a good email sequence. Everything that I gave you that I came up with, like, is a small optimization. Stuff that may or may not move the needle. So until you start testing radically different stuff. So keep that in mind. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yes. I'm out here. It's getting very humid. Like I showed this earlier, but there's like a river right here, the whole river, and like down that way, it's like a whole shopping district, and so, there we go. And so it is getting humid. It's very humid. I love it. W's for Aaron all around. All right. Let's switch to this. Now, again, while I'm reviewing copy, because I'm using my laptop, I cannot see the comments. So if you would not mind just being gently respectful, being patient if you don't hear from me, I appreciate that. But let's take a look at this. This is a website I built for a home care company called Neptune Home Care in the UK. I actually low-key love that name. But then again, I generally love anything like astronomical, Greek, Roman. I don't know. I'm very weird that way. What they do, they provide careers to elderly people so that they can get the care they need in the comfort of their home without having to relocate. Okay. I like that. This is the site. Some of the H2s and other texts might read a little awkward because I tried to fit the word home care in Milton Keynes for SEO purposes. All right. Also, in regards to local CEO, I'm trying to rank the website for a keyword of home care in Milton Keynes. Makes sense? As far as not been any success. I'm still working on that. I can probably give you something that will help with that. Here. I have to get close to my laptop for this one. Let's look at home care in Milton Keynes. Share this tab. Yeah. Care home. Home care in Milton Keynes. Let's find out what this business is. So Neptune is not showing up. One question that I have, of course, is there a Google business account set up for this? Because if there is, then you should see this particular business showing up in Google Maps. So that's something that you might want to keep in mind. Another thing too is if you're trying to do a page, here I'm going to share this tab instead. If you're trying to do a page, Neptune Home Care, and you're trying to make it rank for SEO, but there are other businesses in the same region or the same location that are currently outranking you, spend $3 to $4, maybe even $5 a day on a PPC ad for the specific keyword that you're trying to rank for. A lot of the problem that a lot of pages, new pages, landing pages run into when they're trying to rank for SEO is that other businesses just got there first. And so the algorithm is going to ultimately assess the page on its own merits. Like, do people stick around on it? Do people engage with it? Is the user experience good? Things like that. But the Google spiders, they've just scanned those other websites way more. And you as a newcomer, you haven't had your page available for the scanning for long enough. And so, as a result, one of the ways that you can sort of get around that, sort of circumvent that, is to actually pay a little bit of money to Google Ads. Because guess what? Google Ads is going to aggressively scan your page, your sitemap, everything, to check to see, hey, is this applicable to this particular keyword? And if people have a good ad experience, guess what? Google is going to give you the benefit of SEO. We have a whole thing in No Man's Niche on that. That's how that business basically worked. So, Home Care and Milton Keynes to help you remain capable and independent. Okay. I feel like formatting, I'm not going to say a lot about formatting. I will say that to help you remain capable and independent is fine. I would perhaps suggest incorporating, if this is going to be true SEO, incorporating maybe 1 or 2 keywords from your iVoc data or in what people are searching for related to these keywords. And that is ultimately something that you should probably inject into the headline a little bit better. To help you remain capable and independent, I highly doubt, Milton Keynes, Home Care, how to remain capable and independent. Probably not very many people. So if you're driving home the benefits, make sure that you're mirroring the benefits that people are actually seeking. So that's just one small thing. Is it a true needle mover? Not necessarily. Again, if this is what you're ranking for, leave that. That's fine. Maybe change the color or the font here to highlight the big benefits. I honestly, again, this is going to sound like BS advice, but maybe write 50 to 100 different versions of this headline. And then what is going to happen if you set a timer for 2 hours to write 100 headlines around this is by headline 37, you're going to start coming up with some real wacky and weird stuff. Your brain is going to turn off and you're going to start producing stuff that it feels different, very different. And ultimately after that, you're probably going to end up finding something that feels more provocative, spicy, unique, relevant, that maybe incorporates stuff a little bit differently. And that's going to help this page stand out a little bit better. But again, that's more of a brainstorming exercise. Most people don't do it because they're lazy. But my suggestion here is to try to really drive home into what people want from this. Capable and independent. Independent, I believe. Capable, I'm not so sure. Kind and professional careers, which are trained. DBS checked. So it's the Oh, do you mean carers? Not careers. So these carers are trained. That is one of those situations in copy where spelling and grammar probably matters. So double check that. Get peace of mind knowing you or your loved one will be well taken care of. Yeah, it's fine. Again, peace of mind is a little bit of advertising puffery, but I don't hate it. It mirrors and matches and complements what's going on. I don't think so. Okay, I understand what you're doing here. You're trying to show the screenshot of the testimonial to add credibility to the testimonial. I don't think you need to do that here. I think that makes more sense lower down on the page. I think what you want to do is pull out the very best testimonial that you have ever gotten that really drives home that aspiration, not only the features and the benefits, like, assuredness that this is not a scam, but also shows that aspirational component. Like, hey, I can be like that person achieving these benefits. And so if you are speaking, and again, this is an optimization, maybe something to test down the line. Don't take what I'm saying as gospel, but like the person who's seeking care for themselves is a very different person than the person who's seeking care for a loved one. And I think that those people are different enough that it warrants talking to them differently. And as a result, you'll also want to use different testimonials based on the person that you're speaking to. Now, am I 100% confident of that? No. The only way to know is to test. This is marketing after all. But I have a very strong suspicion that the people that are searching for homes for their family members you're going to get more clients and purchases from that group of people. Certainly more calls. At least, at the very least, you're going to get more people asking about your services. And so leaning into that and knowing that and anticipating that is going to be something that you should probably use to adjust and affect and amend your CTAs. Because there's no harm in asking a few questions, right? Well, then you get somebody on the phone and now you can sell them on the service. It's much easier to sell somebody on the phone when they know that there's another person on the line who actually cares about them and cares about their success and cares about the well-being of their family member. You dig? All right. Yeah. Screen capped testimonials, very good. But here, I think it just adds clutter to the page. Like there's more text and clutter here than your actual headline complex. So I don't think it's working there. 2 decades of joint experience providing home care in Milton Keynes. That's fine. Okay, love that. Our Milton Keynes home care services. This section, for me, feels too cluttered. I think that let me just look here. Overnight care, social support home, end of life care. I suspect that each of these can be grouped a little bit differently, so it's a little bit easier on the page. As I'm scrolling through and I look at these bubbles of like, they're not bullets, it's like personal care and then text. The service ranges from welfare checks and social visits right up to assisting with washing and dressing, continence care, and medication assistance. Like, how much stronger is that bullet going to be with like, personal care, bullet, services range from welfare checks to social visits. Bullet 2, assistance with washing and dressing. Bullet 3, continence care. Bullet 4, medication assistance. Like, rather than like having people read as they're scanning a page to make sure that your shit's legit, you're just driving home bullet by bullet by bullet what your personal care options are, what you actually do. So in my opinion, I think that this is just a little bit too cluttered. You want to break it up into multiple sections. I think that being bullet driven, either through listing or by using imperatives, is the way to go. Let's see. I'm going to pick another random one. Yeah, like this. What is this doing here? This feels weirdly placed. It doesn't make sense to me. And somebody scrolling through is going to be like, what? Short-term care services designed to support someone living temporarily in the area. Now this is a cool and I think a lovely service. I appreciate this. But again, like, I don't see what this long piece of copy, this long sentence, is doing that like 2 bullets wouldn't do better. So I think conciseness, succinctness, and driving home your points a little bit better and in a better organized way is going to make these stand out more, and then also probably be better for SEO. Okay. Yeah, I don't see what this is doing that's different from this. I can see how like you can use some of these points as a justification for showing testimonials. That's pretty cool. That would be smart. Do more of that. But here, like, I feel like this, it's just not working for me structurally just yet, but it could be everything that somebody's looking for. For me, what I would like to see is this organized a little bit better, like spread out, these to be a little bit more bullet driven and like concise. And then for this section, with like either being like a sort of testimonial bomb or like a note from like Neptune Home Care, like, a quick note from the director of Neptune Home Care, like that's all about the services they offer, but also like what their mission is. Something like that. Something personal, something that feels right. If it's a family-owned business, say that it's family-owned. Things like that. If it's local, say that it's local. Yada, yada, yada. It's something that makes it feel personal, not like a business that's trying to take money from old people. That's what people are worried about. And a different spelling of carers and careers. You've gotten all 3. Actually, no, you've gotten all of them except for the correct spelling in this particular page. Again, be mindful of stuff like that. That's one of the few places where grammar and spelling matters. Why choose? This copy. This means you'll get certain guarantees from us that many care agencies don't provide, such as highly trained and directly employed carers, personalized care plans, no hidden fees, fully regulated care service by the CQC, 2 decades of experience. Yeah, it's fine. Again, this section I think is totally fine, but I think that there's stuff that you can do that's more powerful here. For me, it's like a C. It passes. Arrange home care in 3 easy steps. How to arrange home care in Milton Keyes. That feels like a keyword that people search for me. 1, call us. I would probably mention the fact that the call, like the consultation, is free. Listen, people don't value a phone call. Me saying, hey, you call me, calling me is free. But hey, call me and I will give you a free consultation. That feels valuable. So consider doing that. So 2, free home care assessment. That's fine. That's essentially what you're doing there. Again, emphasizing free call and consultation, free home care assessment. And then 3, we work to find your perfect carer. Again, spelled incorrectly. We'll help to pair you with a carer Hey, you spelled it correctly that time. Who meets your preferences and has the right skills and experiences for your needs. One thing too. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Right skills and experience. Yes, this is something that people care about. One thing I have not seen in this copy yet, and this is a more of a deeper research thing that I've done based on my past and other businesses that I've worked with and consulted with. But people are not just looking for carers that know their stuff. That's like, again, like that's like a pass fail thing. They either know their stuff or they don't. So everybody's going to be saying the same stuff. So what sets you apart? What sets Neptune apart? You have to brainstorm, but one avenue that you might want to explore, and again, test this and check this, is older people don't get along with most caregivers. That's just an unfortunate fact. And so one of the big things that you sort of want to sort of drive home is that not only is this person going to be a carer, this person is also going to be a companion. Like, you want to avoid saying things like a friend, but like eventually, like most caregivers that work with somebody long enough, that's what happens. Like, there's a reason why a lot of caregivers get put into the will and their children get left behind from the will. It's because in the last 10 years of their life, guess who the elderly person sees the most? The caregiver, not their family. And so making sure that you at least allude to the fact that the caregivers are not just competent, but also going to provide at least a little bit of the relationship that these people are seeking, the entertainment, the recreation, the interaction, stuff to keep their minds sharp. That's all stuff that you might want to touch on. Okay, testimonials. One thing is you can always edit your testimonials. A lot of people think that is not allowed, but it is totally allowed. Like, not like you want to keep the same words and keep the same meaning, but like if there's ever like stuff that you want to exclude, it's fine to exclude it. You can use what are called ellipses, ... Okay. Great. I wish Alex were on this call because I think that he would have great things to say about this. Yeah, and this feels like it was driven by keyword research. So I would find ways to move this up because these are all benefits that people seek. So it feels wrong for this to be sort of like buried a little bit. Okay. Yeah. All right. So those are my thoughts on this. Let's see. We have some stuff. All right. Any kind of SEO related content seems to be pretty slow burn as far as I can tell. Sounds exactly the sort of stuff that no one's niche would be good for. Yes. Look at my website and see what you may suggest. Yeah, if you are a Patreon member, yes, absolutely. Oh, all right. Anyway, those are my thoughts on this page. Reach out to me on Discord if you have any questions about anything that I said. But yeah, it's definitely a good start. There's a few places where I think you can optimize, but in terms of like creating an SEO page that gets the kinds of people that you're trying to get, yeah, a very low budget PPC campaign is probably going to take you very, very far. So keep that in mind. Let me see. I'm going to put check marks next to the things that I checked. Check. Ah. How fun. A sales page. We have lots of long form today. I like that. I like it. Let's see. And then that one is All right, we have 1, 2, 3 pieces left to review, I think. I want to pull them up now. All right, let's zoom in a little bit. All right, but before I get into it, yeah, PPC is great. You get the data, you get the feedback immediately. It allows you to amend stuff and change stuff like as you desire. It's good stuff. Oh man, how's everybody doing so far? How is everybody enjoying this Eastern time zone focused Whetstone stream? Oh, maybe it's the same business. All right. Let's dive into the next piece. All right. I hope you're having a great day in Japan so far. I am. How could I not? I'm doing this. I'm putting together a sales page for a 2 to 3 week campaign promoting a training program for runners with consistent injuries. I didn't finish the wireframe in time, so I'd love your thoughts on the idea and the copy. Okay. Training program for runners with consistent injuries. It's fine. Fine. So I'm focusing on the idea. The reader is New Zealand runners who are tired of injuries disrupting their buildup and forcing them to start over. They are looking for ways to prevent injuries and improve their running. Great. Convince runners that building a stronger body will help them run better. Offers $95 for members, $145 for non-members for a 4-week program with 4 weeks personalized offer. Okay. Book a call with our coach. Got it. Bulletproof your running. I can already tell you that once you wireframe this, that this is not going to look very good. This subhead. Your deck copy for most sales pages, as you wireframe them, like it needs to be so pointed, driven, concise, succinct, powerful, that this is just a little bit too much copy to go above the fold. You really want to drive home the benefits, why people need to keep reading, why people should pay attention. You want to hook people by the eyeballs. Bulletproof your running. It's fine. It's not terrible. I don't really know what it means. Bulletproof is like very recent advertising puffery. It doesn't really mean anything, but it's provocative. It gets the people going. And so, I understand what bulletproof means in the context of like your knees. Bulletproof your knees. Bulletproof your hips. It means make it like impenetrable to injury. Running can't be injured. So I don't understand what bulletproofing does for it. There's a little logical gap there. But in terms of being provocative, sure, it'll matter a little bit. In terms of making sense, it doesn't really make sense. So if you have control over this, maybe adjust that a little bit. But the thing is, you want to keep in mind that what you're bulletproofing is typically a physical object, and what is running, it is not a physical object. It's a verb. It's an action. It's a thing that people do. This, if you're serious about improving your running performance, but constantly finding yourself thinking, why can't this feels like it goes below the fold. This feels like a personal message that goes below the hero section. This doesn't feel like a very good subhead. So really work on that. It's not bad. It just, find a better home for it. Now, one thing that I'm not a stickler about is like displaying price, whether you should or should not. But if you are sending people like to book a call on the phone and the call is free, and like that coach is going to be doing like the hard selling, I don't know if you need to do the pricing. The other advantage of like keeping the price off the page and doing it that way is very simply the fact that like you can test prices a little bit better. Like you can instruct your salespeople, your coaches to like, hey, this week we're testing this price, this week we're testing this price. You can't really do that if you tell people the price before they call. Then it feels scammy. So one thing that you might consider doing is leaving the price way below. Another thing too is like, I think it's fine to have a CTA above the fold for most types of products, physical products especially, where they're like, yes, I know I want this charcoal toothpaste. Please give it to me. Don't make me read copy to buy it. They just want to give you money. In this particular situation, that is primarily going to be info, or info that has been dressed up or packaged as coaching. Like most people don't want info. You know, most people want the benefits. They don't want to do the work. And so the moment you're like, all right, you gotta pay us money for information, people are like, whoa, crazy. That's nuts. Why would I do that? So that's an objection that you're going to run into if you put price this high. I highly suspect that conversions will go up if prices are either left for the call or just moved further down the page. And there's nothing wrong with having this button move people down to the page where the true CTA actually is and where the price will be displayed. That's fine, because people then will see this. But I am suggesting that if people land on this page and this is all that they see, I'm going to guess most of you watching right now, the few of you that have made it 2.5 hours into this Eastern Hemisphere focus Whetstone Wednesday stream, I highly doubt that any of you that lands on this page is going to be like, hell yeah, I want that. And when you write a sales page, when you make a sales page, and you have a headline, you have deck copy, you have some sort of CTA, guess what you want people to say and to think and to feel? Hell yeah, I want that. So that's something that you want to keep in mind. How to prevent those pesky runners injuries, like IT band syndrome. Another thing too is like a really good way to improve conversions on a sales letter or sales page is to make the page feel like it's going to deliver some form of value, education or insight or what have you, commentary, yada, yada, yada. This immediately broadcasts that it's going to be a sale. And so all the people that were interested in learning about this will click off before they see that, because they know that a sale is coming. They have not been convinced yet that you're worth listening to. And so, again, move the price down below that. All right, how to prevent those pesky runners injuries, like IT band syndrome, runner's knee, or jumper's knee. Secrets revealed by NZ National Mile record holder N3. This is too busy. It's too busy. Like, I listen, you are clearly competent. I can look at your copy and I can see for a fact that you're a competent writer. But just because you are competent, that does not mean that you're a confident writer. And I can tell from this that you're not confident in your own writing just yet. How do I know that? It's because you are trying to throw absolutely everything at the reader all at once. In copy, especially sales pages and longer form, the magic show has to get better. That means you can't blow your top immediately on the page. You can't give everything immediately. Like, you know, leave some intrigue. Like, you can talk about specific injuries later. You can go into credibility later, or allude to it a little bit more subtly and then reveal it more later. The key thing is this feels like too much, and you want to make sure that you're spreading some details out. All right. I'm probably not going to have the time to get through all of this, so we'll skim a little bit. Let's at least look at the lead. Let's be real. If you've been struggling with nagging injuries, it is not your fault. These things happen. They're just a part of being a runner. So let me try to explain what's happening here. The reason why you want your copy more often than not to include something like this is because you are talking to people that have gone looking for other solutions to a particular problem and have failed to realize the benefits, outcomes, or results of those solutions. And so one of the things that a lot of people feel after they've tried a few things is, oh my God, what if it's just me? And so absolution of guilt is a very, very powerful emotional trigger. It's why you see it so very frequently, especially in copy that's oriented towards solution-aware audiences. That is, people who are familiar with the problem and know that other solutions out there exist, but are not sure what the right solution for them is, or like have tried solutions and have not found one that works. So, but the problem is that by framing it here and leading with it so soon, and by saying these things happen, they're part of being a runner. Well, guess what? I don't want to hear that. What do you mean? Like, okay, I chose to be a runner, so I'm just have to consign myself to being injured for most of my life? No, that's ridiculous. Here's the thing. You don't want this nagging injuries to be a result of running. You want that to be the result of running the wrong way. And so the key persuasive point that you need to make before you get here is that people who run for leisure or for sport do it wrong because they were taught wrong. And that is why it is not their fault. That is why they are absolved of guilt. It's not their fault because they chose to be a runner. It's not their fault because they run but were taught wrong. That's what you want to drive home. All right. So just off, like from the jump, I can tell you that this needs to get rewritten. I don't think that this is the right way to lead this piece. This feels like a missed opportunity. Training errors, past injuries. I don't think you need to emphasize past injuries, but I do think that if you are trying to sell against alternatives and show that your solution is better than other solutions, lead with how other people are doing wrong. Lead with the problem. Aggravate the problem. And then say that where that problem comes from, the surprising reason why injuries occur. And then whatever, these training errors are, maybe it's like kinesthetic imbalances or whatever you decide to call it. Like, you want to make sure that you are driving home a reason that people can latch their mind onto. Like, oh, that's the thing, that's the unique mechanism that's responsible for my problem. That. And so now it makes sense that I would get a unique mechanism to solve my problem as well. This system. So from the jump, I think that this is not really working. I don't think it makes sense for me to do it because I think you need to refine the idea of the piece. Like, what are you trying to prove? Run less. Like, I don't think that, I don't think this is the right approach. I think that you need to revisit and rethink how you're approaching, like, not only what you're trying to persuade people in terms of, but also like the actual structure of this piece. And I think that that is the most valuable thing that I can say about this, because I don't think that I can fix this, because I think that once you see what I'm saying, you'll know that you have to rewrite the whole thing. I hope that makes sense. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying that, like, I've written bad copy too. It's fine. And this is obviously competently written. It's just, it needed a value edit and like some function edits. So line by line, it's good. But in terms of like the correct idea, this is not landing, because it doesn't teach anybody anything new, at least not at this point. And that's where you got to do it. I hope that makes sense. I'm not trying to be critical or cruel or mean there. I'm just being descriptive. Yeah, I guess so. Yes, live at this time. I'm in the general vicinity of the Indian Hemisphere. Yes. The last one? No, I don't think so. All right. Let's see. Da, 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 da. I love how people, especially our Indian fans, have kept commenting on like the Kali Yuga title of this. Again, I just put my copywriting brain like to the metal, and I kind of knew what would get attention from a lot of people in our audience, and so a lot of people are seeing that and being like, "What the heck? What the heck is going on?" Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Something like that. All right. Let's go to the second to last piece of copy. Oh, I think I saw another comment. Yes. The East. Sean hits the East. That's where we are right now. It is an East infection. Oh, yeah. No, go back to past Whetstone streams in the live tab of our YouTube channel, and you will find that we have critiqued so many product descriptions. So many. And in fact, as a matter of fact, in the benefits, advantages, deeper benefits masterclass that I did, guess what the kind of copy I wrote was? It was product descriptions. So we have plenty of stuff on that. Yeah, again, like you can, as a copywriter, get a lot of attention and like draw a lot of eyeballs by appealing to people's identifications, notions, the things that they know, like being spicy in like different ways without necessarily like, how should I say, being like, watch this video or you'll be broke forever, or like watch this video or you'll make $1 million. Like you can get attention doing things that are way more interesting and provocative than that. And that is my whole shtick. Use your brains. I'm the only copywriting guru who will actually tell you to do that. All right. Let's see. Wow. We got some stuff. How long is this? 9 pages. I love that we got so much long form copy. Let's see what the context is. Jesus Christ, it's like 2 pages of context. All right, the reader is a whole lot of people with this problem, frustrated with expensive, underperforming marketing channels, deliver unqualified leads, and can't prove ROI. Makes sense. Okay, makes sense. So the idea is to convince them that a curated platform with verified traffic from qualified 55 buyers actively searching for communities is more cost-effective, transparent, and reliable lead source than traditional marketing channels. Wow, this is wordy. I hope that you have not written your copy like this. Lead source in traditional marketing channels, and they can prove it with real-time analytics. Okay. So the idea is that they need a curated marketing platform with these features. That's not necessarily an idea, but we'll roll with it for now. I don't know if it's going to be the strongest way to do this, but we'll get into the copy and find out. Offer is $2,000 annually for future community partnership, including priority search placement, homepage carousel feature. What is this business? The business is adult lifestyle communities, an adult online platform connecting Canadian 55 plus adults with active adult lifestyle communities, specialized real estate directory, and lead generation platform for retirement communities. Okay, so it's a social platform, a real estate directory, and a lead gen platform for retirement communities. Okay, I think I'm following. So communities pay that annually for future community status. Aha. So B2B, what we're trying to do is reach out to communities, get them to pay for this particular subscription service so that their adult community Yeah. Retirement and active adult lifestyle communities. We'll just say retirement communities. We're trying to get them to pay this to be featured. Got it. Heard. Schedule a 15-minute call to review their current marketing mix. See live analytics. So it's a marketing agency that serves Canadian retirement homes and communities. Got it. Okay. They want to increase occupancy rates while justifying every marketing dollar to ownership. Heard. Let's see. Marketing context. More context. Senior living. Too granular. Far too granular. Competitive landscape. So, this is more interesting to me. Generic senior living directories offer low quality leads and black box metrics. That's true. Google ads are $8 to $15 a click for senior living keywords, unless you go for long tail. So one thing that you could possibly promise to people is lower cost per click for keywords that people actually search for. Facebook ads, that's $2 to $6 per click. Targeting challenges, interesting. I want to know. Okay. As in you're having challenges targeting people with these particular types of ads. I get that. It is Facebook. They're very capricious with what you're allowed to do. So you can get tracking with traditional print. You just have to use either coupon codes, discount codes, or like offer codes. Or like if you put your phone number into a print ad, you can use like CallSling, CallRail, or some other service that what it does is it routes the phone call through a tracking service. So you know where that call originated from. And also sometimes you can get like transcripts and like you can plug it into like Google ads and things like that so that you can actually get more data. So there's definitely ways to get tracking from print advertising. And sometimes, especially for this kind of stuff, it can actually be a huge differentiator because print advertising is still very much in play for older generations. All right. So you can get very qualified leads that way, especially if you market in like something read by a lot of elderly people, but elderly people with money or the families of elderly people with money. Important things to keep in mind. All right. Curated platform. That, you know, every platform is a curated platform. That's not a true differentiator. 10,000 organic website clicks a month. All right. Interesting. Full analytics transparency. Love that. Fixed annual cost. So that could be bad for LTVs. It really depends on style and quality of the business. 6,000 plus committed members actively researching. I have thoughts on this. If this were a stream for DIY wealth, I would come up with ideas for improving that. But yeah. But this is the copywriting channel, so we're gonna do that. Sales process, how the copy is used. Jesus Christ, we're on the second page. It's still context. All right. It's a media kit via cold email to sales directors. Got it. Interesting. You might have it depends on how you get these leads. You might have some compliance issues with that, but ultimately, if you're sending so few emails, it might not matter. Receive cold email from me. Read this offer. Attach the first email. Book a 15-minute call. See live analytics. So on the call, they see the live analytics dashboard, or do they receive some ability to see the live analytics dashboard after the call? I'm a little confused on the customer journey there. So close on the call or receive proposal. Okay. If it's a fixed cost, do you really need to send a proposal or do an RFP? That's something that you're going to want to test or explore. Go live in 5 days. One promise that you might want to give is like what Go High Level does. It's not Go High Level, it's just called High Level. The website is called Go High Level. What High Level does is when you sign up, they have like a very aggressive upsell campaign that they disguise and package as a like help set up your account correctly call. So having some sort of coaching call that is packaged as a coaching call but is actually an upsell call, that is probably going to be good for the business. Consider doing that. All right. Salesperson, new to the role, commission base, primary sales collateral, sent via email, using screen shares. Got it. Limitations. No robust case studies with conversion data or testimonials yet. Okay. Can show the traffic, but not client website conversions. Interesting. All right. The audience is skeptical, naturally. Adult lifestyle communities, future community offer. So how is this, when somebody looks at this, what are they going to see? Is this going to be in the digital media kit? So this is going to be like a link in the cold email, and then people go to a page and then this is what they see. Or is it going to be like a PDF or a brochure? Maybe it's a brochure. You're just calling it a media kit, but it effectively is a brochure. Okay. The proof. Your page with large headline. I love how meticulous you are with how deliberate you want this. I will say though that the over specificity, it's one of two things. Either you used AI for help with this and it gave you all this specificity, or you're just being a little overzealous with your descriptiveness. So some of this definitely feels like, how should I say, an inhuman level of specificity. So let's get into the actual copy. 238 qualified, 55 plus buyers. All right. One of the problems that you will run into as you write copy, especially copy that utilizes a lot of stats and numbers and figures and things like that, is you have to be cautious of something that I like to call number soup. Number soup basically means that when somebody is reading your page, it's just a wall of numbers. There's just a ton of numbers. Humans, even business people, get very confused by numbers if they are not organized particularly well. And so that's something you have to be very, very careful of. I'm checking my battery really quick. I think. Hold on one second. Yeah, okay, we're good. One of the things, copy and coffee. I appreciate everybody who's joined for this particular Eastern Hemisphere thing. But one of the things I want to caution you guys about is this number soup problem. Humans have evolved not to be very good at numbers. It's just a mental thing. It's just a human evolutionary thing. And it's one of the reasons why when you go to, I don't want to say primitive languages, but when you go to more indigenous languages, especially where like they don't have agrarian systems set up, where you don't have a reason to have a lot of numbers, you'll find that in those languages, they have numbers for 1, 2, 3, 4, and many. And that's it. And that's largely because like the human mind has not evolved particularly well to understand or work with numbers, figures, anything like that. So people, because they don't really understand any number larger than 4, they don't really understand the benefits, the takeaways, the reasons to pay attention to any number larger than 4. And so all this is great But 120,000 plus annual page views. What does that mean for me? 6,000 plus committed members. What does that mean for me? 50,000 annual active visitors. What does that mean for me? 1.5 minute average engagement time. That doesn't sound like a whole lot. Yeah, go find the average engagement time for a website and then compare 1.5 minutes to that average and then say 87.3% more average engagement time. Little dimensionalization trick there for you. But that's neither here nor there. The problem with these points is that while it is very feature driven and very specific, it lacks any sort of meaningful punch. I don't understand what these necessarily mean for me, how it translates to my business, why I should care. This is confusing as hell. This, like I was saying before, maybe you want to keep the price down on page 4. Measurable traffic at one fixed cost, and then parentheses see below for more details. That tends to work. Telling people the cost up front, that's going to scare people away. Adult Lifestyle Communities connects your community with affluent Canadian 55 plus adults actively searching for their next home. Here's the data. I would find a much, again, this is very bland and descriptive. I would find a much punchier way to drive this home. What is a punchier way to drive this home? Canadian seniors are actively searching for their next home. Don't you want it to be in your community? Something like that. Adult Lifestyle Communities helps Canadian seniors find their next home. Parentheses, I'd love it to be in your community. Something like that. Something that feels personal, something that feels relevant, something that makes you feel like a human and not a salesperson. Very important stuff. The Canadian market. All right. Baby boomers are the most influential generation in the Canadian economy and will continue to be for the next 20 years. Your target buyers are more number soup, hold the most power as consumers in the market, less affected by rising interest rates, retired or preparing to retire. If you're speaking to a retirement community, an adult lifestyle community, do you need to tell them this? This feels more relevant, but also at the same time, like more important here than reaffirming the fact that rich old people have rich old people problems and they have money to spend and all that fun stuff, things that people who own a community center probably know. Why not have a section that sort of emphasizes the cascade of people that are going to be looking for communities like the business owner soon? Like, there's some great infographics online right now that show the sort of like demographic curve that's happening in most developed like countries right now, where like there's a huge like segment of baby boomers, and then like every other demographic gets smaller and smaller and smaller with like one little hump around millennials. And like that big hump of people is about to retire. It is going to disrupt economies. It is going to disrupt everything. And guess what? Not only do they have the most wealth, but also like there's going to be just a huge volume of them. And like businesses have to be prepared for that. And so like actually showing like the year span. So let's see, between 58 and 77. So that's between now and 7 years from now, you're going to see an increasing surge of baby boomers needing community homes. Maybe not 7 years. Let's say 12 years. They are a relatively healthy bunch, at least outside of the U.S. So yeah, this feels like a misstep. I don't know if I would put this here. whatever. For me, it's not as persuasive as humanly possible. This would be if you wanted to, how should I say, drive home. Let me phrase it this way. If you have a platform with lots of committed members, it makes more sense to show how much money your members have than baby boomers. Does that make sense? If you're trying to persuade somebody to use you to get qualified leads, well, you need to prove to them that you have the qualified leads, not that baby boomers have money. They already know that baby boomers have money. You need to prove that you have the baby boomers with money behind a little gate that's over here. Oh, and by the way, if you give me money, only a paltry $2,000 a month, you get access through that gate. That's the sort of persuasive logic that you're trying to build here. That's the ultimate argument that you're trying to make. Okay, logos, what you get. This feels too soon. This is offer stuff. Yeah, and I imagine like each feature should have its own section with an icon on the left. Yeah, again, this again, I don't want to criticize or be critical, but this does feel very AI to me. Like it like if it's not AI, that's fine. That's fine. I've written a bland, poorly structured copy before too. I'm not criticizing you. Like I'm trying to draw your attention to why this is not working. Like, for example, this. Why does somebody want this? So you get direct access to our most highly engaged audience segment. Stupendous. But what does that mean? Translate that for me. Drive home the benefit. Dimensionalize it. This is a better place to include a number like what you have here, in my opinion. Rotating homepage feature. Your community appears in the homepage carousel, seen by every visitor. Seen by every visitor to what? To ALC? All right. ALC homepage received this many page views last year. So I think you said in the context that you don't have the number of conversions or clicks, but that is going to be pretty important. Like, for example, I mean, the question that I have then is like, is this community that you're reaching out to, are they already on your platform? If they are already on your platform, what do you need to convince them of? Go from down here to up here. So what do you need to do? You need to convince them that going from down here to up here on the page makes sense to do, that it's actually worth it to pay for that. Does this do that? I don't think it does. So definitely revisit some of this. You made a big fuss earlier about analytics. I feel like you're not really driving home the benefits of analytics here. I would reframe this not as access to an analytics dashboard. Nobody woke up naked and sweaty wanting that. They did want transparency from the people that they work with. Again, if you're speaking to skeptical audiences, one of the things that you have to consider, very simply, is the fact that, one of the problems is, like you said, that a lot of data is in a black box. So present yourself, frame yourself, position yourself as the transparent one. All right. Let's see. 109 times annual views. That per qualified view. That, of course, hinges upon whether or not random visitors to your website are all qualified. They may not be, but the person reading this probably will not put those two pieces together. So, but if they do, and you're on a sales call, have something ready for that objection if you're dealing with somebody smart. Let's see. Compare that to Google Ads, senior living. Okay. Okay, so you're doing what is effectively, how do I describe this? You're talking about advantages. I haven't really done a masterclass on advantages, but that's what you're doing here. You're selling against alternatives by talking about the cost-saving advantages of using this service as opposed to these services to get leads and people to sign up for these communities. So it makes sense that this would be better than these. So what you're doing is you're making a very logical argument. And that's respectable. That's fine. I do think that you're running into number soup problems here. I think that and suspect that this will be stronger if you make the emotional argument first. I think everything on page 2, I think it comes prematurely or is just framed incorrectly. I'm not seeing anything that like jumps out at me as like, oh, wow, I've got to use your platform. I'm imagining myself as like the sales director of like a retirement community. And I'm looking at this and being like, you know, I'm the sales director. And it's like, yeah, I tried Google Ads a little bit. They're fine, but, you know, most of the time we just do referrals anyway. What are you going to say to that person if you manage to get them on the phone? You know, referral doesn't cost me anything. Why would I want to spend $167 a month? What is that? 167 divided by 30 is 5. Yeah, it's like $5 and some change per day. So imagine if I have like a low cost Google ad, and like if I'm doing a retirement community and stuff like that, and like I don't really know what I'm doing, you know, the prime buyer for your stuff, that's probably what I'm spending per day anyway on ads. So you have to convince me that like emotionally, it's not about the cost savings. That's a benefit. That's a glicken, as they say, something that's added on that is helpful, but is not necessarily, how should I say, the make or break. Real communities, real results. Section displays examples. Now, so, okay. This is where I think we're actually getting to something more emotional, something that I think is going to like grab me by the short and curlies and make me pay attention. And this is on page 3. I think page 3 needs to come before page 2. Recently featured community, newsletter feature. So this actually demonstrates and displays what you're selling people. I love this. I like this a lot. And you don't want to divide it up by like newsletter feature, home page banner, like, you know, where fossil farms appeared. Again, that feels, and again, I don't want to criticize this as being AI. I don't know if it is AI. It might be, it might not be. But if it's not AI, it feels flat. The copy is very flat. And so what you want to do is like, you know, how fossil farms got 38 new residents in X amount of time. And then subhead 1 is like, you know, newsletters began showing fossil farms amazing, and then insert something specific about fossil farms. And again, the reason to do that is not to emphasize how great fossil farms is. It's to give people that are reading this examples of things that they can advertise in their newsletter features. Again, showing examples of other people to hold a mirror up to what other people can do that they didn't know was on the menu. Homepage banner, you know, look at how great fossil farms looked at the top of our homepage, where 167,000 people got the chance to see benefit or feature or whatever. Be more creative with this stuff, because you can get at this stuff more implicitly, and ultimately by being, I'm not going to say less specific, but I guess more intriguing like it demonstrates like what people can get without being like, and you get a homepage banner and you get a social media post and stuff like that. You don't want your copy to sound like that. You want it to sound human. All right. Page 4. Let's get started. Quick call. Again, like I said before in the stream, make sure to emphasize that it's free. I would suggest doing like a quick consultation, but however you decide to package it or frame it, entirely up to you. I find that that's an optimizer, not a make or breaker. Competitive landscape in your region, dashboard walkthrough, if it makes sense. I mean, there's a great business called Shop Monkey. I've broken down one of their landing pages before that I knew did particularly well because I know the copywriter who wrote it. And one of the things that I talk about in that particular video is how the CTA was not, hey, sign up here to book a quick call or click here to book a quick call. It was click here to schedule your free demonstration. And I think that is the kind of CTA that you want to go for here. I think that that's going to be more powerful than what you currently have. Because if you're talking to business owners, like, they don't want to get on a call with you. They want to see if your stuff can help them or not. And so frame your stuff that way. The time saver, the cost saver, but also more importantly, the headache saver. You want to be the headache saver more so than the cost saver. Just putting that out there. All right. And that's the end of the media kit. Oh, no, it's not the end of the media kit. Partnership manager. We handle everything else. You're live within 5 business days. Again, offering some sort of special concierge service, even if it's just you helping them set up their accounts. That is going to be a huge booster in terms of the offer. We are sending 120,000 qualified views per year to communities across North America. Will yours be one of them? Here's why I don't think that works. What are people, when they're operating that sort of lizard brain mentality, like, what are they going to think when they see that? They're either going to see, I can't handle 120,000 qualified leads or views or whatever. That's too much. Like, that feels like it's you lose quality by having that many. Oh, crap. What the heck? So, overwhelms. We're sending over 120,000 qualified views per year to communities across North America. Another thing, too, that you have to contend with there is, like, that doesn't feel special. It doesn't feel like I'm being treated specially. Like, what I see what you're trying to do psychologically and rhetorically. What you're trying to do is be like, all these other people are getting the qualified leads. Why aren't you? FOMO, blah. I don't know if that works here. I don't think that that's working here. I don't think a sales director at a retirement community is feeling a whole lot of FOMO right now. You know? And I certainly don't think they're going to be moved and motivated by that. Like, one thing that I try to do on this channel, in general, I'm backing up to have, like, you know, Sean chat with the camera time. I try not to be very critical of copy that's salesy. I try not to be critical of copy that's like bland or brandy. Like, I try to strike a balance. But I do think that in some contexts that, like, brand focused copy is too weak. Like, you know, I was watching a commercial from a famous shoe company recently, we'll just say, and it was a great commercial, and the commercial was for a particular shoe that's being sold on their online store, and that store is displayed prominently in the commercial, and guess what? In the description of that video, there is no link to buy the shoe. Brand. Stupid. I hate it. But I hate that type of brand copy. Some type of brand copy really, really works in certain contexts when they do the right things. Here, this is being salesy. I don't have a problem with salesiness in the right context. And here, I'm not saying you can't be salesy with B2B clients. You can. You absolutely can. But here in this PS, I think that you're going a little too far. I think that this is not the right emotional angle to take. So be cautious of that. All right. And Sam asks, hey, Sean, quick new business pitch question if you have time. The owner of this website likes my copywriting from previous work at the marketing agency they own. They want to give me freedom to develop this website as it's been on the back burner for them. They know it's got great potential. After I closed some sales for them, I got a 20% commission and good money. I was thinking of offering a retainer for writing SEO blogs on their site. They can reinvest the profits from my sales, and they're lacking in this department. Titles like Top 10 Retirement Communities, Southern Ontario. I don't hate that. I think that that's probably a good idea. And that's actually one of the few cases where I think AI copywriting is good. I think SEO, like, if you're going to use SEO, you got to use AI for SEO, because what is SEO if not trying to get the most, like the aggregate average of people? And what is AI? It is the aggregate average of all the things that AI has been trained on. So bland ass copy meets bland ass copy. It's a perfect marriage. And that's most SEO. Truth hurts. And so I think that idea is actually pretty strong. I would ask them to make sure that every SEO blog that you write for them has very clear CTAs and a clear business purpose. Another thing too is you don't want that sort of stuff to sort of distract you from the stuff that gets you those big commissions. So that's just a practical business thing. You know, that type of work is stuff that you would get the job and then you would outsource it as quickly as possible, either to AI or somebody who makes less money than you but uses AI, etc. I think that offering SEO agency services to your clients is probably not a bad idea. But you also have to be cautious of the fact that if you want to do SEO right, you have to be doing it at such a volume that it makes sense to do it for the business. I mean, let's be real for a moment. Most business owners don't realize that requirement of SEO. Most business owners are like completely ignorant of how SEO works. And so that's all stuff that you want to sort of keep in mind. And for that reason, like, you don't need to spell out, like, you know, like most people do SEO wrong, stuff like that. Like, you can just pitch the sort of normal aspects of SEO, and that's going to be more than enough for most clients. That's fine. Now, when it comes to that sort of stuff, yeah, it really depends. I would personally, as a business owner, want to make sure that was packaged with like some sort of PPC deal, but I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And if you charge a lot for it, like enough to make it worth the time to do it right, I think that makes sense. So possibly having a tiered offer there could make sense. Those are all things to sort of noodle about. And I hope that helps. Anyway, I like what you're doing with this brochure. I think that it's structured incorrectly. I think that you really need to drive home like the what's in it for me, for people that are looking at it, and really emphasize like the case studies a little bit more and sooner, so that people can like understand, like, oh, like, so this is what I get when I use a service, before you go into the long list of like, here's all the things that you can use. Making sure to get your emotions right, making sure that you know, if you know, you can use FOMO in other circumstances. I don't know if FOMO works well there. That's just my opinion. I, of course, could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right there. When it comes to members, like on the site, like definitely reorient what you had in that lead, like the proof points around you, like baby boomers having a bunch of money. I think it's more meaningful to emphasize the fact that like baby boomers are going to need a place to live very soon. Do you want to have access to a huge pool of them that are going to be looking for this? That for me seems like a better appeal, but Only way to know is to test. And if you're using this on sales calls, like to get people onto sales calls, the cool thing about this is that you'll be getting a lot of data and a lot of feedback really, really fast. So you will know immediately whether this is working or not. So test it and see how it goes. Hey, thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes. I know my audience. Yeah, I would agree with that in general, but B2B, like I tend to be more forgiving when it comes to stuff like that. I do think that I'm not going to go into my whole FK score spiel, but everybody who watches this should look up after this stream what the FK score is and how to find that in the documents that you're writing and how to improve your FK score, that is to make it lower. I think what we found is that even when we were writing to ultra high net worth and sophisticated audiences, the businesses that had a lower FK score, that wrote copy with a lower FK score, they sold better and they retained people longer. So my takeaway from that was that simpler, more direct, and easier to understand is almost always better, regardless of the audience that you are speaking to. So that's always something to strive for. Let's see. Alrighty. I think we have one piece left. Ooh, and it's for Emmanuel. All right. Oh, somebody submitted something else, but was too late. Well past the deadline. The deadline being, of course, the start of the stream. So Nabil Aziz already reviewed this and would love to know what I think too. I am a huge fan of Nabil. I think he is great. And I think he knows his stuff. So let's see what I have to say and whether or not that coheres with what he said. Get 15 to 30. This is a nitpick. Total nitpick. I've worked with a lot of people in the services industries. When I was actually homeless, painted houses and did HVAC installation, specifically earthquake retrofitting in Southern California for HVAC systems. That is something that I did for a summer in the late aughts. And so I've gotten the chance to work with a number of contractors. I've gotten to know a lot of service business owners, things like that. They are smart at their trade, and they are not smart in many other ways. And so one of the things that you want to do is avoid anything that requires any sort of like specialized education or knowledge. And that is why I've highlighted this hyphen. Those of you watching, I'm switching back to the chat now. How many of you know that the hyphen is a stand-in for the word to? How many of you know that? Is there anybody who did not know that? First person out of the gate did not know that a hyphen means to. A hyphen is a numerical or orthographic stand-in for something that means a range from this number to this number. Most people with a very basic education, salt of the earth, simple folk, morons, they don't know that. That's a Blazing Saddles reference. I know that I'm speaking to mostly like an Eastern Hemisphere group of people, so most of you probably are not familiar with Blazing Saddles. But if you want to see a really funny old movie, check out Blazing Saddles. Yeah. So again, guess what? Hyphens it's not a literature thing. That's just a English orthography thing. That's like a basic writing thing. But here's the thing. Most people are not explicitly taught that. Most people are not shown that. Most people are not going to get that meaning. So again, this is one of those small changes where, depending upon the audience, it can make a big difference. And you think, oh my God, 15 to 30. Like, you just sort of understand it, but you don't question it. But what if you were speaking to one of those people, the people who know implicitly but don't understand this? They look at that and they go, get 1530. 1530 what? What is that? What does that mean? If you mean 15 to 30, then go into your page and write 15 to 30. Here, let me see if I can actually inspect this. Inspect Elementor, get 15. Am I able to edit this? I hope so. Ooh, edit text. Yeah, I want that. I want that. Okay. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, it looks so much better. Get 15 to 30 more qualified leads for your local service business. Boom. That's all you had to do. And immediately it clarifies any possible confusion that you can have. Again, people go to other copywriting gurus for those big overarching kinds of concepts and things like that. Y'all come to me if you want the nitty gritty that nobody else really knows, understands, or thinks about. I don't know if, again, I know my audience. I don't know if 15 plus is that. 15 to 30 feels more specific. Oh, I wouldn't use 2. I would just use one number with a plus or something. People understand that. And one number is better. So, yeah, we can do that. But here's the thing. I like 15 to 30. I would like 15 to 31 or 14 to 32 a little bit better. Why? Because specificity gives the illusion of believability. Everybody out there is promising 15 plus qualified leads for local service businesses this month. Everybody. So how do you stand out? Up to 32 or 33 or 29 or whatever qualified leads. That's one way. This range is interesting. Is it going to be a conversion killer? It might. Only way to know is to test. But I look at it and I go, that is specific enough for me as a service business owner to be believable. If I see 15 plus, well, hold the phone there. What if I can only handle like 16? You know, what if 15 plus means like 138? Most service businesses actually do have a very, very limited cap of the number of people that they can actually serve. And so having some sort of ceiling on that could actually provide a boost rather than a detriment. But that is specific to certain service businesses. I actually just spoke to John Caprani, copywriter. I think he has a podcast on YouTube recently. I think my episode is going to come out sometime soon. I would love to get his take on that. But yeah, one thing that I would love to know is his thoughts on that. He might think, and this is going to be my broader opinion, which is like, it probably doesn't matter that much. You know, most of these service businesses just want some sort of very small, specific, believable promise. If you say to a service business that you can make them rich or get them like 1,000 new leads or whatever, they're going to be like, yeah, sure, buddy, and not believe you. You know, these are salt of the earth, blue collar people. They just want their back to hurt a little bit less. You know, they don't want to hire a bunch of new people. They don't want to scale. They just want a little bit more work. That's it. And so 15 to 30, that feels reasonable. 15 plus, sure, that works, but also a little less believable. So I'm fine with this. Is it a conversion killer? No. Is it a conversion booster? I don't know yet. Do I think we need to be cognizant of what people know in terms of orthography and that hyphens can confuse people? Oh, yeah, absolutely. So keep that in mind. And again, don't take it as dogma. Take it as a contextual thing. Certain situations where you have those sorts of things, you have to be cognizant of that. All right. Let's get rid of the inspect element. I run Facebook and Instagram video ads that reach people in your area and send their contact info to you via SMS. I love that. I would give people the choice of email as well, but I don't hate this. I love this call out. Oh, I bet you Alex would love this too. I think the only thing that this is really missing for me is specificity here. Local services businesses, that includes everything from carpet cleaning to glass beveling to seawall repair to, in-home, like home care nursing. Like, that's a huge range. And so I think that this would be stronger if it were more drilled down, or conversely, if you were speaking to very specific types of local services. Yeah, I love seawall repair. Seawall repair is one of those things where it's like, if you can get into seawall repair marketing, like, the commissions are so high. They're so high because, like, you can spend a ton of money on ads and you get way more than all that back on commissions, because the cost of doing an emergency seawall repair is enormous, and people aren't not going to pay it. If a seawall needs to be repaired, it needs to be repaired. So it doesn't matter the cost. It just, you have to spend the money. So the commissions that you can get, and like, what if you only get one sale every 3 months? Sometimes that the commissions on that can be $60,000 or more. It depends on the nature of the repair. And so you can spend $30,000 on ads to outcompete every single other person to get that one customer, as long as they're willing to spend that kind of money. Good time to plug No Man's Niche, the book we wrote entirely about this particular strategy. And yeah, so what I was saying before I got into the whole seawall repair shtick, and the commissions you can get for that, and how the leads are so super high intent that you can make a lot of money from them. Local services, you can sell higher prices when a product or service seems customized for them or their profession, when it contains the same material. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why so many people feel like they need to be a specialist and not a generalist when it comes to copywriting, because they associate the notion of value to being good at a specific thing as opposed to being good at everything. By having in your headline local services, one of the initial niggling objections that people might have is, well, if you're doing it for all these local service businesses, like, I have a house painting business. How do I know that you can help me? There you go. Anyway, like this. Who is this for? Let's watch the little video.
Get more qualified leads for your local services business. Hi, I'm Emmanuel, and I run Facebook and Instagram video ads that reach people in your area and send their contact info to you.
Can everybody hear this okay? Can everybody hear that? The actual page when I'm playing it? Yeah, that's what I was suggesting. Making different landing pages and doing different hooks and testing that. Great. Thank you all for responding. Yes, I really appreciate you. All right.
You via SMS. This is for local services businesses, plumbers, electricians, HVAC contractors, roofers, landscapers, and many more. How it works.
Okay. I feel like that is the sort of thing that you would want closer to the headline, not in the video or down below. And if he's just going to sort of like talk through, like, as a VSL, what's on the page, I think we can just go through the page. Short videos. Okay. Leads to your ads when somebody is interested in them. Within minutes. Yeah. This is a great business model. Again, I think that you'll get more power from being a little bit more specific, or at least having this be a little bit more clearer. I think that you also are going to have a little bit more success if you focus on local services in the trades. What I mean by the trades are like plumbers, electricians, HVAC contractors, roofers, etc. Those are trades. That is not, for example, like a local like glass installation service or something along those lines, or like carpet cleaning. That's not a trade. You don't go to school to learn carpet cleaning, unless you do, and I'm completely wrong. But I would do something to specify this. This is fine. I love the model. The how it works. This feels like the brochure issue that we ran into in the previous piece of copy. With the previous piece of copy, oh, I see my daughter. Hey, you. With the previous piece of copy, it went straight into what you're offering. Hold on one second. You have fun at the playground? Well, I'm talking to strangers on the internet. Would you mind giving me a few minutes so I can continue talking to strange young people on the internet? All right, thank you. I cracked myself up. Anyway, all I was saying is that what you want to do is drive home like why they want this. Like, what is the benefit? You know, this is the benefit that you say. You want to have at least a little bit of copy up top that dimensionalizes it, that drives home like, does that mean more work? Does that mean steadier work? Does that mean more money? Does that mean like better customers with like better, higher paying jobs that require less effort? Like, what are you actually promising people? If this is the mechanism, what is the problem that this mechanism is solving? And don't say it's a lack of leads, because obviously if these businesses exist, they're getting leads, usually through referrals, sometimes through really bad Google Business and Google Maps campaigns, but mostly referrals, sometimes like print ads, sometimes decals on the side of their truck. Seriously, that's the thing. Like, people will drive by and be like, oh yeah, I do need some roofing. And I see a roofing truck, like, call Saul Goodman's roofing company, 1-800-696 roofing or something like that. That actually does drive some business. So when you're talking to local service businesses, people who install air conditioners for a living, they are not going to implicitly understand the value of short videos for Meta, for example, or for Google. They're gonna be, what? They're gonna be like, why would people do that? What? So it might make, I'm not saying it will, I'm saying it might make sense to have just a short section before this that drives home what these businesses need, what their problems are specifically that you're trying to solve, and how this mechanism actually solves them. Now, am I saying that the way this is will not work? No, this will probably work. Again, for people that are looking for leads, they might have quibbles about this. They might want to know more about this, but you might not scare away that many people. I just don't think that it's optimal, and I don't think that you're going to get as many clients as you're hoping for with this if you don't lead off with some sort of like sense of the benefits of using this service, this mechanism, yada, yada, yada. You're basically just running through features. And it's like, I can describe to you that this case is 4 inches long and 2 inches wide and 10 millimeters in diameter, and has a plastic clasp, rubberized like coating. Like, I can say all those things, but that doesn't mean anything to people. that doesn't mean anything to people if they don't know what this does. This helps you safely store CFE Express A cards or something like that, so that they don't get damaged, because they are more susceptible to getting damaged. So that's the unique problem that I have, that I bought this to solve. You are assuming that everybody that you're talking to wants more leads and that they are on board with doing short videos. And I'm telling you right now that not every service business is going to be. So be mindful of that. Everything else, though, I kind of love. What you can expect: 15 to 30 qualified leads per month. All leads delivered within 5 minutes via SMS. Okay. This is a good opportunity to talk about something different from what you have already talked about. There is nothing in what you can expect that is different from anything that I have literally just read. And so that means a couple of things. One, you can either delete this, or two, it is a waste of real estate, and that you better develop it a little bit differently. Consider that. Service fee, $500 per month, video ad scripting and editing, campaign setup and management. I would also suggest adding to this offer ideas for how to film things properly to get the best results. A lot of people who run service businesses are not the best videographers. Just saying. Also, having an example of one of the videos that you're talking about. One of the objections that people are going to have to short form videos, I was sort of alluding to this before, is that my job is to lay concrete. I put concrete on ground and have smooth slope. Me not iPhone video expert. So that's an objection that you're going to have. And so what you want to do is really, really quickly overcome that objection. You don't need to be an expert filmographer. Show a video of somebody laying concrete that was used as a video ad, and then show the results that person got, and then say, see, you don't need to be an expert videographer to get the kinds of results that this type of advertising can give you, etc., etc. And in lieu of that, one thing that you can do, if you don't have any proof yourself, any cred — I've spoken on the stream about the circle of cred before. One thing that you can do is actually do a case study. Talk about another service business that did the similar strategy to what you're talking about, and then show the results that they got. This business went from X to Y based on one single video ad. And then bingo bango, all of a sudden you've driven home the benefit, and you've helped overcome the objection that people have to production quality and feeling the obligation to have high production quality. Again, like I was saying before earlier in the stream, a lot of people are more interested in preserving reputation than making their business bigger. Yeah, 4 simple steps to get the leads. I think that works. I don't hate it, but for me, I think that there are bigger problems here than just how it works. And again, because this is so simple and so direct, how it works is kind of on brand. Get the leads in just 4 steps for me would be more analogous to the kind of simple directness that you're trying to achieve here. But I think you're on the right track. Top matrix gun. So top gun with a matrix in between. Yeah, exactly. Pamphlets, word of mouth, mailers, leaflets, print ads. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm sort of harping on this whole you need to drive home the benefit of doing ads this way, because I don't think that that's going to be a notion or something innate that people have. All right, let's finish up the page and then we'll finish up the stream today. What you can expect. Again, I think you need to improve that section. Pricing. Minimum ad spend, $1,500 per month, paid to Meta. I'm trying to think, like, I could come up with ways to improve this offer, but I think that there are more rudimentary and other problems that need to be covered first. I think that this offer is fine. I think that if somebody wants to give you more money for more stuff, you should give them the opportunity to do so. Does that make sense? There are some situations in copywriting and marketing where people are just looking for an opportunity to spend as much money as humanly possible if they've been sold on an idea. And so you don't want to clutter their feed with like a 7-day email sequence or like a 40-page sales letter or a 38-minute VSL or, a bunch of bullshit if they're ready to just fork over money. Luxury hotels, for example, like the Conrad in Osaka, up that way, like a couple miles, like they don't do a whole lot of marketing. And the people who book a hotel at the Conrad Osaka are ready to spend $2,000 per night to stay at the Conrad Osaka. And people do it. It's always booked. I actually tried to get a room there this particular trip, and I couldn't because it was full because of the expo that's actually happening a few miles that way. Anyway, if you don't want to have like a whole other like bit of the offer that makes it more confusing, you can also have like in parentheses down below here, like, prices not negotiable, but have some sort of tag or some sort of like parenthetical mention that like you're open to discussing, like if you want more of this particular service, that you can pay for it. Some of this stuff, I don't really comment a lot on FAQs because I think it's like people on this page, the other stuff will do 90% of the work, and then the FAQ will do the other like maybe 3 to 4% of it. Like, these are objections I definitely think that you should have well before the offer. These are not FAQ questions. These are like body copy questions. Again, I love the that people have adopted the emotionality of like the challenge CTA. I dig it. I really dig it. But one thing that you can do, other framings that you can do, ready to get qualified leads, like if I'm not completely sold on the service or like the whys of stuff, because of the structure of this, one thing that I'm going to be like is, no, I'm not ready. I have many more questions, and like I'm not even sure if I want this. Then in that case, a challenge CTA is probably not going to be the best approach. You can do like a helping hand CTA. Like, fill out the form below and let's get started, working together to build your business. Or let's get started growing your business, or something that involves like some sort of unity or some sort of like reciprocity, something along those lines. Hold on one second. I think Alex is online. I'm going to see if he wants to jump on stream. Anyway, those are my thoughts on this page. I think as a whole, I think I would give this like a C- to a C. I can see it working, but not working as well as you want it to. So, yeah. I would do the things, restructure things ultimately the way that I suggested, but I think you're on the right track. I do think that you're on the right track. I'd be very curious to hear what Nabil said. I imagine I know Nabil not super well, but reasonably well enough to know that he will probably agree with me on like some of the stuff that I said, especially with regards to like the quality of the directness, the quality of, you know, being hyper specific, walking like service businesses through like the exact specificities of an offer without cluttering things too much. But I do think that he would agree with what I said about how it feels like there are certain unanswered questions and things that are missing and objections that people will have prior to you actually demonstrating the services you offer and the offer itself. So that is what I recommend to you and anybody who's going to make a landing page for themselves as a freelancer or agency operator. All the advice that I gave to Emmanuel is going to apply to you too. So think about that. All right. I just did a Whetstone. That was a full Whetstone. I just did it. We did the whole thing. What I liked about this Whetstone, it was some good Q&A in the beginning there. We did a little mini lesson about building a personal brand. I had a whole slideshow for it. Not well designed, mind you, but I finally gave my thoughts on how to do personal branding in a non-BS kind of way. That was good. We went through a bunch of copy, and it was like specifically long form, which is like like the stuff that I'm really good at. And so that was exciting. I love talking about that. We got to talk about service businesses. We got to talk about brochures. We got to talk about copy we don't normally talk about on this particular channel. I love it. I flippin' love it. And I really appreciate you guys for being as awesome as you all always are. Shout out to my folks in the Eastern Hemisphere. Like, just going off of like YouTube's like analytics, folks in Australia, Vietnam, Japan, we have like a pretty good coterie of like folks from like India and Pakistan and Bangladesh. Like, you guys rock. I do want to do a video. Like, I have an idea for a video, like a main channel CT video, like what Indian copywriters can do to, like what like young Indian men can do to become freelance copywriters or something like that. Like something that very specifically calls out a demographic of people that I actually see as having like a huge number of opportunities that they just don't seem to recognize. And so I want to make a whole video about that. Like specifically call people out, kind of like how like this video, the Kali Yuga of copy, like it subtly calls out the Indian audience. I want to have like a very specific call out to our Indian fans, because like, let's be real for a moment. Like, I don't expect you guys to ever like pay us like the thousands of dollars for like mentorship or back-end products or things like that. But that doesn't mean I don't want to help you guys. And so I want to, at the very least, like make some free content that is specifically applicable to our Indian and Pakistani audience that can help them. That's free. That is going to be different from what every other copy guru is saying. So I really am looking forward to making that for you guys. Oh, yeah. Scroll back and then look in the little preview display for the slideshow bits. I have a whole shtick about personal branding, and this is the first video where I ever recorded something. I'm gonna have Noah snip out that little mini masterclass and put it onto the second channel, maybe in a few months. I think what I was saying before was that it was not wise. Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah, listen, I'd be down to do some interviews for that, specifically around like new copywriters and like the unique challenges that they're facing. Like, because one of the things that listen, I don't want to be like over presumptive or like make a lot of assumptions, but from speaking with a lot of folks, Indian men and young Indian women who want to make money online, a lot of them want that. I'm not saying all of them. I'm not trying to be stereotypical, but of the people that want to be copywriters in our little community, the place that we all share, Like, they're under just a tremendous amount of family pressure. They have a huge amount of pressure put onto them from their family, their moms, their dads. And they're all young enough to the point that they don't really realize that that pressure is coming from a place of love. It's coming from a place of like, my life has kind of sucked and I don't want your life to suck as much. But as a result of all that pressure being put onto these young people, you have these young people that are like breaking under all of that stress. And this is especially true in East Asian countries, but also India especially. I've noticed it, and that's why there's all this pressure to like go into like become an engineer or become a doctor or things like that, and why there's so little attention being paid to like become a copywriter, become a marketer, or things of that nature. But what I'm telling people more and more is that in the next 20, 30 years, India is going to become one of the dominant economies on the planet. Business growth in India is absolutely insane right now. And guess who's going to be driving most of that growth? Marketers, copywriters, and entrepreneurs. And so one of the things that I want to do in the very near future is sort of like give young people, young Indian and Pakistani men and women, like a path that allows them to rise up to the level of expectations that their parents are putting on them without, how should I say, feeling like they are violating or deviating from the path that these other people have sort of like the expectations that other people put on them. Things of this nature. Again, I don't want to be overgeneral. Everybody's experience is unique and different, but these are observations that I've had. These are things that I care about talking about and making content about. Yeah. Very specific callouts. Yeah, China is interesting. I don't think, because of the economics of China, that marketing and copywriting content is going to be as prevalent there. Christian, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure that you guys are putting on you. Yeah, and again, like, you have to understand that, like, your parent, I'm speaking about this as a parent, as a person who's 40 fucking years old. I'm going to be 41 in like a month. And I work with in a field that's dominated mainly by people ages like 20 to 35. Like, all my friends are like me, like old grizzled copywriters, like, burnt out, stuff like that. But like, a lot of the people I work with are younger, and they all sort of experience a lot of the same pressures that they have. And, you have to understand that, like, when you're a parent, you are scared. You are scared shitless all of the time. And that fear overrides your desire to express trust or love or affection, because you have spent your whole life believing one thing. And so when your child comes to you and says something that completely contradicts that one thing, guess what? Your child's 3 years of experience learning about copywriting online is not going to override 40 years of experience living life a particular way and seeing things in a particular worldview. So I'm very empathetic when it comes to parents in that situation. And, one thing that I think can happen is that younger men, especially in those kinds of cultures, can learn how to speak to their parents a little bit better, such that some of that pressure comes off. And it very much starts with actually applying some copywriting tactics, principles, and knowledge. So, yeah. Yeah. It's true. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so here's the thing. If you go to your parent and you say, listen, mom, dad, I know you love me, but you need to understand everything that follows that phrase, you need to understand, your parents are not going to listen to. You know, again, you have to use your copywriting knowledge and use your copywriting tactics a little bit. You know, if I said, you need to understand, blah, 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 your parents are going to be like, what the fuck do you mean I need to understand something? I literally gave birth to you. You know, you need to understand something, young man, is what they would say. You need to understand. No, your parents are going to start just hitting you with a chocolate, man. They're just going to whipping you with a sandal. It's no good. Yeah. Maybe I did get a little stereotypical there. Anyway, so it's all stuff that I care about, stuff that I care about helping people with, stuff that I care about talking to people about, because again, it's there into having like really one-on-one emotional conversations with people. The principles of copywriting work there too. You know, it's not. Oh, I didn't say hit you with a chocolate. I said yeah. There you go. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to. It's the copywriting advice. You have to meet people where they are, and if you start with, listen, I know you love me, but you have to understand you're not meeting somebody where they are. You're digging your feet in and making a demand. And the one thing you don't want to do is make a demand. You want to say things and do things and present things in a way that leads to the outcome that you want, but makes it feel like it was your parents' idea or whoever you're trying to convince. That is what you're trying to do in copy, generally speaking. Salesy copy works. I'm not going to say it doesn't. But the best copy, the best indirect copy, puts the idea in people's head such that they don't even realize that the idea was put there in the first place. Good copy makes people want something without realizing, oh shit, yeah, I've been convinced to buy this and to get this. No. Good copy, it incepts the idea. Exactly. All right. I think that was good for a Whetstone stream. 4 hours, pretty par for the course to cover 5 pieces of copy, I think. I thank you guys for joining me for this lovely Japanese sunset. I'm gonna see if I can not drop my camera into the river down below. And I'm going to see if I can show you guys my view, not this way towards the Dotonbori, but this way towards the sunset. The view in the left. So left screen, the wall. What am I doing in Japan? I'm working here. I work here 2 months out of every single year. So I'm here until mid-November. So there will probably be another Whetstone stream featuring me. Not on this balcony, because I have another hotel that I'm going to eventually. Oh, left for us. Show us the view in the left. Show us the view in the left. Oh, right of me. Oh, yeah. No, that's what I was saying. Okay, so just so you guys know geographically what's happening. This is the river that cuts east-west through Osaka. Down that way is Namba in the Dotonbori and Shinsaibashi, the little commercial district. And that way is towards Osaka Harbor and the sunset. So I'm going to show you guys the Dotonbori, then I'm going to show you the sunset, and then I'm going to end the stream. Does that sound good? All right, all you crazy kids. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you soon. Okay. Take care.